I think we are ready. But
Good match, young man. Yeah, good match. I'm sure they need these. Let's see how the management goes. Do we have a shaker?
yeah, buried in there.
Oh, right. I thought those were trainers. Right, okay. Less of this policy. No, there's no verses. Right. So,
I didn't do that. No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't. I could have said that.
Right. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to round 5 of the UK Open. So, I think we're still looking at undefeated players. So the two players today, Martin Barkwell is playing the white checkers at the top of the board, and Stuart Mann is playing black at the bottom. So these two players might not be familiar to you, so hopefully as the game goes on, I'll have time to fill you in on the details of them. So Stuart is, I think he's got the edge in this game. He's got all his back checkers out safely, and he has a race lead, so he's just trying to find a way to bring the game home. Martin Barkwell, on the other hand, has a very good defensive position, so he's got the 20-point anchor, which stops him being gammoned. But he's also got the goalkeeper on the 24 point, so that gives him a zone of contact covering all the board. So there's no places that Stuart can leave a blot where it's safe. So last roll he had a double 2, so that allowed him to make the 4 point. Now this 4-2, not as good as one would expect, I would say. So he can make the 2 point safely, but it doesn't leave him many spares to play safely next time. So while Stuart is still struggling to come home, Martin is preparing his board at the top of the board. So his hotel is ready and he's just waiting for some guests to arrive. So I'm certainly not sure what's right here. I'd have been tempted to look at switching points 2 to 1 to try and push that last back checker forwards, or let's say to get the goalkeeper off the line might be a nice way to describe it. So this double 6 is a bit awkward for Martin. So he's either got to give up the midpoint or move his checker off the 24 point. So he's rightly keeping his checker on the 24 point. So 5-2 can play safely. He could clear the 11 point, or he could clear the midpoint, leaving a couple of shots. So Martin's position at the top of the board is so strong. Yeah, so perhaps I misread the dice. So it's 3-2. Right, I was thinking it was 5-2. Yeah, so as I was saying, Martin's position at the top of the board, White's home board is so strong that I think Black should play leaving 0 shots. That looks like clearing the 11 point. So this leaves 2-6, 5-3, double 6. So that's 5 shots. And it doesn't look as though it's a particularly attractive distribution once he's done that. So if it looked very elegant, this might be right, but it doesn't look as though it's going to be very easy to bring home. So 2-6 is a hitter. That's a brilliant shot for Martin. So that should probably win the game for him if Stewart doesn't enter. So Stewart enters with 1-4, so 1 comes in, 4 he can hit or play safe. I think he's probably got to drop the cube no matter what he plays. So Martin can hit with any 5, 1-4, 3-2, 3-4, and he's also got 3-1 and I was thinking 3-1 and double 1 are going to be able to hit, but really it's duplicating 5s to play. But nonetheless, I think White must double here. That he's got the opportunity to hit a second checker, and even if he doesn't get the hit, then Stewart's still got to find a 1-6 to escape his back checker. So Martin's rightly giving it a lot of thought. And deciding to roll, so I would have doubled. So 3-2 is a hitter, so that is almost certain to win the game. And if Stewart doesn't enter, Martin is going to be too good to double. So he's got a 5 to complete his 6 prime. And then he's coming up to try and hit the second blot. So Stewart's not having any joy coming in, so 4s and 6s to hit another blot. Double 5 doesn't look like a good number, so I'm pretty sure he should switch points here. So I think he should switch 6 to 1 twice. So he puts 2 on the bar against a 5-point board and stops Stewart making an anchor. So if Stewart rolls the 1 to make the anchor, he's certainly not winning, but difficult to win a gammon when your opponent has an anchor. So this, I think, is the right plan for Martin, and now he's bringing another check around to aim at the 6 point if Stewart enters there. If Stewart's still on the bar, Martin has 6s to hit and some other numbers to make the 6 point. So 5-2, he comes up a bit. And then I'd probably kill a checker with 7-2. It's not nice, but you want to have as many spares as possible, aiming for the 6 point. So 6-4, he comes in. Now, maybe we need to think about doubling him out, but I still think we're too good. So 4s to hit, 1s, 4s, and 6s to hit at the top of the board. 5-2 does nothing. So now maybe we need an element of caution with things. So one safe play is to move the back checker out with 5, 20 to 15, and then 10 to 8, saving a couple of blots. So that just leaves 6-1 to hit. So that's the play that's going to win most games, I think. But there's also the option of still trying to hit this third checker. I think if you go this way, you should bring the 2 out from the back. So whatever you play, you're going to leave him some indirects, but at least there's some duplication here, and you've got the builders to attack again next time if he doesn't enter. So 6-1 comes in and hits. So Martin is definitely not too good anymore. So at the moment he's got 6 numbers hit on the bar. 3, 6, 5, 4, so 10 hits. He doesn't think that's enough. 5-1. So he can enter and save the blot. And then he's going to have the task of getting his back checker out. So Stuart wants 1, 2, or 4 to make the bar point. So 1 is nice, but 4 is not so good. Yeah, so it is 1-4 here, not 1-5.
Sure, what was that? Sorry, because you had double 6s to. Where was it? Well, it's on the video, so we could check. That was on the right.
Yeah, so they've messed up the position.
Yeah, so therefore, if you go there, that's a 5.
So 8 has played to 7.
Right, we need to restart
As
your.
far as I know,
Okay, and the 4?
I think they're going to have to go back and reconstruct this.
Right. That looks more likely, isn't it?
They seem to have found something they're happy with. So 2-6, 4-6, double 4 for Martin. 4-5 escapes without hitting, but is still good. Double 2, they should come up some of the way. Coming up all the way is not so clear. And that looked like an illegal play. He played 3 2s, I think. So 5-3 is not a good shot. He'd like to have pointed on that blot, but he can't. So he can play safe, but I think then Martin would certainly double him. So maybe putting 2 checkers on the 6 point whites and it got enough to double black out. So that would say you have to hit and then see what to do with the 5. And white's still going to have a very strong double if you do that. Yeah, so if you hit, you've left 3 blots in the outfield and you can only save 1 of them. So there's going to be an awful lot of shots where you're going to get gammoned. So this is the safe play. So Martin should definitely double now. So he can escape with any 4, 5 or 6, but he's still got to get past black's defenders. But Stuart might not even get a direct shot from this position. So it's 100% clear to me you should be doubling as white. That there's no gammons or hardly any gammons when the opponent's on the board and got the anchor. Yeah, so Martin is correctly doubling. And if I was Stuart, I would give this one up. So I think there's a reasonable chance of hitting, but hitting doesn't even win at this stage. So 3-1, that is terrible. So his back checker is trapped. He can't clear the 7 point. So he has to give up a point in board. and plays it without leaving any blots. So he's ready to hit a blot if that one appears. So Stewart's now pleased he took, I'm sure, but he had 1, 2, 3 combinations to make the 5 points, and that's only going to be 9 numbers. So he's left 11, 13, 15 hits. Martin fans. So Stewart has 1, 2, 3, 8 to cover. If he makes the 5 point, is that enough to make Martin regret taking? I think he'd still be taking if he'd come in on the 3 point after that. So 1, 2, and 3 is 27 numbers to cover, and we can add double 4 is 28. So I'd still be tempted to take this one, and Martin is. So we expect black to cover, and then white has to try and get up to the 3 point. So 2 is good. And now we've got 2 different plans. So one would be to play 13-8 to try and attack on the 3 point when white goes there. Or the other one would be to play off the 6 point. So 19-14. And that controls the outfield. So it guards against white escaping with 3-6. Yeah, so this is perfectly reasonable, probably the best play. So now Stewart's got to find a way to fill in the 3 points. So 3-5 will do it. 6-2, he's looking at just putting a spare on the 5. That looks a very good play. 3-6 is in and out, so Stewart needs to hit to stay alive, I think. So 6-4 is a miss. So now we've got to do a pip count. 61 for white, 79 for black, I think. So 61, 79 would be 18. So there's a bit of wastage for white for sure. Each of them would need 4 crossovers to come home. So Stewart's looking at this. I rather doubt he's going to do it. It looks to me as though, yeah, and maybe he's doing this to try and deter Martin from redoubling, but white should definitely redouble here without a shadow of a doubt. That, as well as the hitting threat, his main threat is just to go past and win the race. I can't see a number that forces him to hit and leave a direct shot. Yeah, so this is good double by Martin and clear pass for Stewart, I believe. Yeah, I think Stewart would have had a tough job taking it if he'd have played the play of saving the blot on the 14. So he's given this one up, so Martin goes into a 4-point lead. So yes, about the players, Stewart Mann is a very strong player from Bristol. So I remember a few years back they had a monthly tournament, and I was scheduled to play Stewart in the final, and it was early hours of the morning, so we decided to postpone it till the next week. And then when we met up to play, Roland Herrera very kindly recorded the match, and Stewart actually slightly outplayed me in the match. So he's one of the strongest players in Bristol. So Martin Barkwell, I've known for more years than both of us would like, I think is probably the truth. That I think we probably met when we were in our early 20s. So Martin is from Newcastle, and I believe still resident there. So he works very closely with the Northeast Backgammon Association. And I think Martin is also on the UK BGF board. And he's won an award this year as the most significant contributor towards British backgammon. So he does a lot locally, and I think it's fair to say he does. He goes to a lot of tournaments and he reports on them, and he very often posts photos of who's there and who's doing what to whom. So 6-4, you're tempted to make the 20 point, but I think it's better to make the 10 point at the top of the board. So if you make the 20 point, it's a good defensive play, but you don't have a good 6 to play. Whereas this play, you play with 1 checker back against your opponent's 3 checkers back. So this is a play that aims to exploit your racing advantage. So Stuart needs 3 or 4 to anchor, and 1 is a hinting number as well. So he'll have one of the 5 points and fight for the other one. Double 4 plans. So Stuart might think of doubling here, but because he's behind on the score, but I think he needs a bit more to double. So that's a very good roll. He's made the solid 4 prime. So Martin needs a good number to be able to save the cube here. That is definitely a very good number. So anchoring at the edge of the prime means that Stuart can only extend his prime from the back. So I can see the 2 good options here. So this is one of them. Is what Stuart's trying to do is to build his prime from the back. So he's getting more checkers round to aim at the 8 and the 9 point. So 6-5 doesn't do anything. I think you just got to play 13-2. So this play I don't like, that you're not going to be likely to prime your opponent when he's on the 5 point, and getting another checker sent back behind the solid 4 prime is too big a risk, I think. So 5-1. So Stuart's brought another checker around to help him build the 8 and the 9. 6-3. Now there's a genuine choice here. So Martin can make the run-off anchor play, the 22-13. So Mitchie calls this 3-point anchor the butterfly anchor. So sometimes it's right to fly away. So I think Martin is right to keep the anchor for the moment. That's I'm not quite clear he has a race lead. So 5-1, there's not many good rolls for Stuart to make a new point, and this certainly isn't one of them. So I think just 13-7 here. 4-2, so he can't run off the anchor now. So he makes the 2 point and just wastes the 2. 4-1, that's a good roll. So now he's made a 5th blocking point, so he's blocked the double 6. The double 5 is the only good roll for Martin. I would have thought Stuart might think about doubling there, but because of the score. But the position's very stable. There's not much in the way of jokers where you say, I'll roll this and my opponent will regret taking. So unless White coughs up a blot, then that's not going to encourage Stuart to double. So there's no safe player here. So Martin does leave the shot. So now Stuart I'm sure he should be doubling here. He's got 1s and 8s to hit. And even if he doesn't hit, he has a good advantage in this game because he has this strong prime in front of the anchor. So 1-5 is the hitter. So hit, and I would probably just save that checker. So the idea here is the cube is in play. What you're planning to do is just double your opponent out next turn. So you don't want too many blots knocking around that might turn the game round. So Martin fans, so now it is double and pass, I'm pretty sure. So Stewart doesn't like his blot on the 1 point, but even if it gets hit, there's still 3 checkers stuck behind Blue's prime. I guess he's doing a pit count to find out if the race is okay, but I think this position you're not doubling really because of the race. You're doubling because you've got 3 checkers trapped behind a prime. And the other thing is he's 4-0 down, so he's got to try and catch up. So nothing's taking this. I don't think that's right. The double 1, he can't cover the blot, but he can make the prime solid. Yeah, so those 3 are clear. The 4th one is not so clear. Keeping the spare on the 6 is sensible. So 3-2 is good shot. I don't think he really wanted to hit there. He wanted to get to the edge of the prime, which he's done. So 5-2. So Stewart can run off the anchor here now, but I don't think that's necessary. I think the right idea is to bring this checker in, and if Martin rolls a 6, then so much the better for him. But if he doesn't, it's going to be easier to escape off the anchor next time. So 4-2, he clears the 8 point. So now Stewart should be looking at moving off the 20 point with something. So I'm not convinced this is a terrible play, but this is the problem. How do you respond when Martin rolls a 6? So you can't go on with the same one and leave a direct 6 shot. So now Stewart's got the same problem as before, except he's got 2 blots in his board. So he goes into the outfield, which is the right plan, and saves one of the blots. So 5-4 is not good, so he's got to leave a direct shot. So just 16-7, there's no alternative here. Delighted to hit, and now he wants to aim at the back of the prime, so you can see he's pointing to the 9 point where Martin might escape to. So 1-2 hits and comes to the edge. So the hitting, I'm not sure if it's good or bad. It creates more contact, but it has an opportunity to keep Stewart on the bar. So 6 is out. That's a brilliant shot. So now Stewart is under a lot of pressure to enter. That if he doesn't enter, things could turn round. So 5-6, he comes in, is good, but can't save any of his blots. So I don't think he wants to slot the back of the prime, because though that's a good route to winning, it gives Martin the opportunity of coming off the anchor with a hit. So that would leave that play, yeah. So 17-11. So 5-2, can't play safe, so certainly hit once. Yeah, so this is a nice aggressive play while he's still got the anchor. So Stewart brings them both in is good, and gets another attacker for the 3 point. So now Martin's potentially in trouble. 3-2, he can save the blot. Yeah, and 4-2. 3-2 again, Stewart's coming into the outfield. So 2-1, lots of safe plays. Is it worth hitting him off the 3 point? Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think overall it's probably better to hit. The problem with the other play is that if you play 6-4, then you might have to break the 6 point next time. So if you're playing 4-1, then putting him on the bar might give you an opportunity to escape with a 6 if he stays on the bar. So he's found. So now Martin's looking for a 6 again. Double 4 is forced, and now his board is broken. So now Martin's down to a 3-point board. Stewart can think of more aggressive plays in terms of making a trap play of letting the checkers out. So Martin's on the run. So Stewart has 2s and 4s to hit when he enters. So 3-4 hits either blot, and he correctly picks the outside blot. 1-2, Martin anchors again. And now I think again Stewart's got this plan of should he move into the outfield. I think that's the right idea here. Now he's also looking at the trap play. I see. Yeah, so he's thinking he wants to get Martin off that anchor and have 2 blots to shoot at. So if you're going to do that, then you could clear the 7 or the 8. So this forces him out with 4s or 6s. So 6, Martin has to come out rather than break the point in the board he goes on. So this dupes 2s, that's good. So 4-1 is useless. So there's a couple of hitting plays here. You can cover the 1 point with the 4 and then make the banana split 4-3, or you can hit 8-3. Or you could just play 5-1. So yeah, I think this is the right idea, that he's down on the score and he's made this aggressive play. 2-2 fans. So we got 2s to hit outside, 2s and 5s to cover. 5 covers the 3-point, so that's a bit of a relief to have a 5' back. Yeah, 5-2 isn't that attractive, but it's still creating another cover for the 1 point. 1-5 comes in and hits and comes round. So Martin's trying to get at least one of the blocks safe, so then that would protect against any gammon losses. So 4-2 fans. 4-3, that saves one of the blots. So the trap play hasn't worked so well for Stewart. He's turned out one of the blots has escaped, but he can still close out one and comfortably win the game. So 4s and 12s to cover. Or yeah, so I guess he's thinking he doesn't need to cover. Maybe he can mess around and try and get a second checker, but I think this is clearly right. So now Stewart's going to move all his back checkers around, and his plan is to get them to land on the 4, 5, and 6. And at the same time, he wants to protect against any bad doubles that might leave a shot. So I would probably have played 13-6. Not quite sure if this play is any better or worse. Certainly the double 6 and the double 5 won't leave a shot. So 3-2, we could go into the 6 and then play 14-12 is safe. Yeah, so that's what he's thinking of, and checking the double 6 doesn't leave a shot, but you bring 2 in and you can then take 2 off the 6 point safely. 5-4. This is not perfect. So again, the double 6 he's protected against, and double 5 doesn't leave a shot. 6-2 he comes in, and 3-1 is safest. 6-3, he gets one checker off, so that's a good start. So he's still got his closed board. And Martin's chance is going to be entering on the first possible opportunity. It's the only way he can get back in the game. So 3-2. So that's a very safe play. I would probably come off the 3-point there and be more scared of my opponent entering with big sixes than small threes. So Stewart's now got 13 left and Martin's still stuck on the bar. So 6 shot leaving numbers. There's one of them. And he's missed the shot, but he's come in, so that should be enough to save the gammon. So it looks like the score's going to be going to 4-2. 4-2 just rushes around. They don't need to waste any more time on that game. So 4-2 to Martin. So 5 away, 7 away. So effectively a 2-point lead in a 7-point match. And Martin set all the pieces up. Following the normal British convention of playing with 30 checkers on the board rather than having two off the board already. And the cube is in the centre. So 6-2 to Martin. So this is generally regarded as the best play with the 6-2. 3-4 is nothing special. So, yeah, with this 3-4, you usually want to duplicate some numbers. So you can duplicate even or odd numbers. And I think Stewart picked the best way. So Martin made the 5-point, and Stewart can anchor or hit or make the 9-point. Anchor and hit. So that does 2 good things. So that sounds very likely to be the best play. 5-4, he can hit or anchor and very quickly decides to hit. And I think that's right because he's got the stronger board. So 2-4 comes in and hits again. 4-2, so there's no hit. So I think you have to make the 11-point here. So it doesn't look significant, but generally any point in the outfield is worth having. So this is good for Stewart. So he points on the 4-point, builds the 7-point, so he's got a prime, and starts moving his redundant back checker forward. So 3-4, Martin comes in with a 3, and I think he should move the other one up. That at the moment there's 9 in the zone, and 8 of them are used to make points. So the chance on attack isn't too bad. But if you give Stewart another roll, then he might well bring in another attacker for next time. So I think you just do 13-8 here. At 3-1, would like to have rolled a 2 or even a 4-2 to make an advanced anchor. So now he's looking at coming up. No, he's looking at making the 10-point, right? So that's a good play. That's another blocking point against the 4-point anchor. So I think that play is better than covering the 2-point. I think was the best play. So 6-1. So this is a bad number. So the back checkers can't seem to move at all. So he either has to give up the midpoint with 13-7 or play something deep in his home board. Yeah, so I think this is right. And then you've got the difficulty with the 1. I'd probably pick 8-7, but certainly wouldn't say there's anything wrong with this play. So now Martin's looking to anchor or escape or hit. So 1-3 will hit. I think we definitely want to be hitting and then saving a block somewhere. So 11-8 is I think the best block to save. So 2-4 is a good shot, I think. So we come in and hit, and then he could hit again. I'd been tempted to hit again, but he wants to keep his prime. So 3-1, we definitely need to anchor at the edge, and then save the blocks in the outfield. Seems like a good idea. There's a lot of indirects there with 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s. The 5 is not one of those. So Stewart can play out 23-18, but maybe that's not the right idea. Another plan would be to hit with the 4 and then creep up with the 1. Yeah, so this might well be the best play. The advantage is, at least if he gets hit there, it's the same checker that's being sent back rather than an extra one. Yeah, so Martin's thinking about trying to come forward with the back checkers, but I think that's just too dangerous. So 3-1, we don't have a good 1 at the bottom, so we have to enter with the 1 at the top and then decide if we want to come out to the 18 or come up. The 6-4, Martin can run off the anchor. So there's 11 checkers in the zone, so maybe that's not too clever. The problem with this play is if Stewart gets into the outfield, then he's in good shape, but he can't, so he points on the 2-point. So 2-1, I think you clearly come up to the 22, so you've got a direct exit for that checker. Again, there's an option to break the anchor here and go 22-20 to try and escape, but it's more dangerous now. Black's already got the 3-point board. Right, so Stewart still can't get out. So he could clear the 8 points safely. So that's what he's picked. 4-6. Now this is a good roll for Martin, so he can get his back checker out. So he's the first one to make a bid to control the outfield. 5-2, Stewart now starts his plan to get into the outfield. So 4-1, he can't hit. So save the blot with the 4 and find the least inconvenient one. 5-1. So should he come out with a 5? Certainly looks a good plan to monopolise the outfield, provided it's not too dangerous. So 5-2, no hits, so maybe we just make the 3-point. Nothing wrong with this either, saving the blot in board. It's a general principle that once you've killed one of your checkers to the 1 point, you should kill another one to cover it. if you leave it there, it's going to be in danger of being hit for the rest of the game. So when you've done a lot of work to win the game, you can find it's turned around because of that blot. So now we got quite an interesting game because Stuart's got the better anchor, it's higher up, but Martin's got the better block against it. So he's got 4 blocking points against 3. So both players are looking for an opportunity to come off the anchor, but it hasn't arisen yet. So 6-3 again, Martin can come off the anchor, and he's deciding that's what he wants to do, or looking at that. I think that's a good play. Often in these games, the first player to take control of the outfield has an advantage. So 6-1 is not a good shot, so he can cover, but can't hit. So that check is dead, so he keeps both spares on the 6 and the 7 to potentially attack next time. So 2-2, he can't escape his last back checker, and he can't save. Yeah, he can save his checker in the outfield. He can play 13-5. Or he can strengthen his board, but then what do you do with the last 2 twos? I guess you come up and you go to the 11. Yeah, so you're forced to come up if you choose this option. Not that coming up is necessarily bad. Okay, so Stuart really wants a 7 at the top of the board to hit, but he might settle for 1s and 2s at the bottom. So there's the 7 he wanted, so that is a brilliant shot. So Martin fans, so now has Stuart got enough to double here? He's stopping to think quite sensibly. So we can hit loose on the 5-point a lot of the time, but that's a bit of a double-edged sword when our opponent's got a 4-point board. Or we could just escape our last back checker, and then White still has to come into anchor. I'd be tempted to double this and see what my opponent thinks of it. So not many brilliant rolls, 1-2, double 1, but we can always pick and pass with 1-3 or 2-3 or 1-4 or 2-4, and a few combinations will get our back checker out of trouble. So Stuart sees it the same way he doubles, and I'm sure this is a good double on the chance that your opponent might pass it. It might even be a pass. I think as White, I would still take that. I've got a 4-point board and 4 blocking points against the last blue checker, but we've got a match lead, so it doesn't seem that attractive. So I'm going to say I'm going to take, but I'm not 100% convinced. I certainly wouldn't blame Martin at all if he chooses to pass this one. Had some time this morning when I looked at some of the cube decisions from the matches yesterday, and some of those were less than perfect, shall we say. So there was a match where Kent Goulding took an 8 cube against Ian Davidson, and I think that was a pass by 250. And the XG rates these things on the basis that there's 2 equal players. And if I was Kent Goulding, I would feel I was significantly stronger than my opponent, so I would have even more of an incentive to pass. Right, so Martin started with 6-1, made the bar, and Stuart split, and then Martin's rolled a 2-3 to point on him, but he has to give up the 7 and the 8. So 2-3 is a good roll. He comes in and anchors and hopes to hit next time. So 2-3, Martin makes another good point. So that's a good play. So he's got the 3 best points in board. And if Stewart chooses to hit, he's giving up the only asset he has in this game. So he does choose to hit, and I don't think that's terrible because the alternative was just to bring 2 down from the midpoint and settle for having the 3-point anchor. So Stewart's got a race lead now, and Martin definitely has a development lead. So he's made a couple of new points, whereas Stewart is pretty much in the starting position as far as the points he's got. So Martin would like to hit at the top with 2s and 9s, and he'd like to make an advanced anchor, but he can't do either. So this is actually a very nice roll. It replaces the 8 point that we carelessly lost earlier and gets one of our back checkers onto the midpoint, so we've got a spare. 3-1 is really good, makes the 5 point and unstack. So Martin needs to move his back checkers now. So he could run out or hit. So he's going for the attacking play. And he's immediately hit back. So he had the stronger board. There's an incentive to attack, but since we had to give up the 8 point to do it, I wasn't sure if that was right. And that 5 point at the bottom of the board is proving its value. So Stewart's thinking of doubling again now. So he's trailing 6 away, 5 away. He should be able to save his blot in the outfield and have an advantage. So yeah, it looks like a good double if the race is okay. Yeah, so the race looks very close. I think if anything, Martin has the advantage in the race. No, it's certainly not a bad cube, but there's an awful lot of play for white. Black's only made 1 point so far, the 5 point. So as Martin, I think I would take this one, but he feels differently about it. So now the scores are tied 4-4, so we're starting to play a 5 point match. Right, so 6-3 to Martin. Stewart gets a 6-3 and hits at the top of the board. That's usually the right thing to do. 5-6, he comes in and anchors. 3-1. That points on the 5 point. Can't be much wrong with that. 3, he comes in, hits, and makes the 3 point, I think. So this I call a point upgrade because you're giving up the 8 for the 5. So if all things were neutral, you'd rather have the 5 than the 3, but this way you've got 3 points at the top of the board rather than 2. Double 5 is great shot, comes in and hits and points on the 3 point. So that might be enough to win the game, depending on Martin's response. So double 4 is probably the best entry number. So he could hit in the outfield. Looks very enthusiastic about that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right, rather than making the 4 point. So Stewart comes in. And now, if he's worried by being blitzed, he should make the 23 point. But I'm sure he's correct in saying that the threat is to be primed, so he wants to keep his back checkers split. Okay, so 6-4, lots of options. We could save the 18 point blot, we could make the 4 point, or we could point on the 2 point. So this is the priming play. So 6-1, he hits. I think now he really does want to have the back checkers split, so I think you just save that blot 7 to 6. Four, 5, he comes in and probably comes down to the 8 point. So the spare on the 8 point, I think, has a lot of value, whereas this gives blue the opportunity to have some hits. So 5-1, I think you have to come out to the bar here. You've got a 3-point board yourself. You can't risk just being primed. So take the risk now. So yeah, so this looks good. It kind of proves why White should have played his 5 down from the midpoint last time. Now, so this is very bad. This means that he can return hit with 5s, which are some of the entering numbers he wants. He needs to have that checker 6 away. So when he rolls x6, that he can actually get a return hit. Okay, so Martin's done enough to double. I think at the moment he's probably just wondering if he's too good in this position. So he's got 4s and 6s to cover, but Stuart's already got a 3-point board. So I would double this position, but I often find the computer feels that I should be playing on as too good. But here it's an important point. It takes you to 4 away on the match score. So 6-3 he covers, and he can safety the blot or bring down another builder with 13-10. So this is the problem when you're trying for the gammon, that you have to take some risks to get there. So 1-3-5 to make the 5-point. 2-1, I would cover the midpoint here. I definitely want to cut down on the blot count. Okay, so there's 2 on the bar, so maybe just avoiding double 5 is a good plan. So that's what Martin's seen. So even if Stuart gets the double 5, he can't hit. So there's a single 5. So now again, we have to think about doubling here. The double 2 hits is clear. And then do we pick it up? I would pick it up and be thinking of doubling him next time, yeah. And that does walk into double 1, but I don't think there was really a lot better. So 5-1, now he's brought them all in. So this is the test of whether Martin's followed the right plan. He feels he's still got enough to double. So the key here is the 5-point, is the 1s, 3s and 6s to hit there. So he's got another number 2-5 to make the 1 point. So what is it, 6, 7 numbers? Double 3 works, so yeah, I think it's 8 numbers to make the 5-point. He's nicely diversified, so 1s, 3s and 6s to hit, and if he rolls a 4, then he'll settle for a double hit. Now, I would hate losing walk points as blue here, so I'm very sorely tempted to give this up, despite the fact we've got everyone in. So what about the missing numbers? So the numbers that miss are 2, 4 and 5. So 2, 5 we've seen is good. 2, 4 we can hit with. 4, 5 we can actually hit from the one of the back checkers. Yeah, so it looks like all White's numbers are reasonable, if not great. So I'm convinced I'm giving this up now. So sometimes if 2 checkers get closed out, you can save a gammon. There's only theoretically 40% gammons with 2 checkers closed out, but Stuart's still got 4 on the midpoint. So if he gets closed out, he's almost certain to be gammoned. So yeah, he sees it the same way. So it's very tempting to take, but the problem is the downside is so big. When you go through all the numbers and you see that there didn't seem to be any numbers for white that were terrible. So 1 point down is not a great loss, but letting your opponent get 4 points and get to Crawford is a big downside.
In the proper place.
So Stewart starts with a 6-3 and splits. So it's 5 away, 4 away, 1-4 you should hit. And then you can split or build. Yeah, so usually you come down from the midpoint when you strip the 8-point, but since there's a blot in the outfield, he's keen to make the 20-point for its defensive value and get the 5s to hit outside. So 3-5, he comes in and hits. So again, for him, he's hitting at the top of the board. And that's usually a very good plan because it achieves two things. So it gains a lot in the race when you send your opponent back that far, but it also removes one of his attackers. So instead of the potential threat of him attacking you with 10 in the zone or 9 in the zone, you've cut it down to 8 in the zone. So 2-3 is not a great roll. So he could save the blot with 15-13 and then creep up 24-21. Or this is a nice creative play, is duplicating 3s. So I kind of like this play. All good players seem to be suspicious of stacking heavy points. So the good bit with this play is he's got 4 on the midpoint and 2 spares round that he can move, whereas the other play left him with 6 on the midpoint and not a lot to move next time. So if he survived roll 1, he should get the benefit from this play. So 3-2, I think he just makes the 10-point. So he's got an extra point now. So double 6 is a mixed blessing. So it's good for the race and it makes a nice blocking point, but he has to give the midpoint up in the process. So 4-2, I think he's clearly right here to make the 4-point. Yeah, so he recovers the 8-point and finds a least inconvenient 4. So Stewart's hoping to make the 5-point or make a point in board, but 5-1 is not good. He could pile 2 on the 6-point, but that looks horrible. So 6-1, 11-10 looks tempting to me. Perhaps I misread the dice, but it was a 2. Okay, so there's a shot, and he's missed it, so that's not so good. So we can cover, but then we don't have a 1, so 13-8 is clearly right. Now Stewart's got to try and cover the blot, and it looks like he's failed with a 4-6. Double 1 is a great shot, so I think you just come up and make the 20-point like this. So it's a big step forward upgrading your anchor that much. And if your opponent hits, then so be it. That you lost some ground in the race, but at least you're in better shape on the 20-point than the 22. Right, so he's come in and probably 8-5 3 times is the right idea. So having a strong home board is going to force Stewart to play a bit more carefully in future. So 4-2, he'd like to build the 4-point, but is it too dangerous? And is there an alternative? Can't seem to see a safe play if you don't do that. And the alternative would be 7-3-1. So then you leave a single shot, but you don't make a good point. Well, this looks a nice play. Now this is a single shot, but at least you're starting the 4 point. So he's sensibly looking at all the alternatives. And 1-6-1 is good. And 6, we could run off the anchor, but I think maybe that's a bit too early. So yeah, I like this 10-4 he's playing. 4-6 fans. Has Martin done enough to win yet? I don't think so. He wants to try and make another inner board point. So 6-2 doesn't do that, but he could escape his very back checker. That's what he's looking at. Yeah, so that's definitely a good use of the roll. The Stewart finally comes in and he hits, so he's pretty pleased with that. Martin has 3s and 6s to return hit, 6-2 fans. There is the threat of hitting enough to double. I don't think it is. So he hits with a 6 and then probably creeps up with the back checker. So Martin's had a temporary setback with these hits, but he's secure with his 20-point anchor that nothing terrible can happen. So 4-1, maybe we just save everyone. So one of the ideas of backgammon that has stood the test of time is McGrail's safely bold criteria, when you should play safely, when you should play boldly. And the main one of these is who has the stronger board. So if you're inviting a hitting contest, you'd like the odds to be on your side. So at the moment, White has the stronger board. So Stewart has sensibly been playing with an element of caution. The double one, he can come in and make the 3 point. So now his board is even stronger. So now Stewart has a bigger compulsion to play safe. So that looks like double one. So he saves that one. No, so the other 2 ones, he should either creep up with the back checkers or switch. So he's played a 2-1. Maybe that was the problem. I misread it. So 3-1, we can come up with the back checker, but that shortens the zone of contact. So Martin is playing to exploit his strong board by keeping coverage of all Stewart's home board. Okay, so why he's not playing this instantly, I don't know. That seems to be the only sensible play. So Martin's looking to get a checker off the 20 point, but he can't do it. So this is not nice. The one option is 6-2, but then you have difficulty remaking the 6 point. So you could make the 1 point, but that's, again, you've got the problem of remaking the 4 point. So I think you have to play 24-20 here, despite the fact you dislike it, and just rely on the holding on his bar point anchor. I'm just looking at the time, and Martin's still got 8 minutes left, but Stewart seems to be down to 3 minutes. So the time is not critical at the moment, but might play a part later on. Yeah, so this play with swings and roundabouts. If you break the board, there's the problem of remaking the 6, but you might get a hit. So double 4 is a likely winner. So I think just bring these 2 round and then maybe check the race that you're ahead by enough. Yeah, so I've got us miles ahead in the race. So blue is 94 and white is 84 at the bottom. So he's trailing by 11, 31, 41, 45. So this is a double and a big pass, I think. Any bad numbers? Does he want to play on as too good? I would take the point here for sure. It's especially with the time. So you can see Stewart's time is ticking away, and is he going to gain a lot more by keeping thinking about whether he doubles or not? So 6-1 is a good number of points on the 1 point. Still don't see many gammons here at all. And now we'll see whether he thought it was too good last time or not good enough. I thought it was good enough last time, good enough to get your opponent to pass. But this exchange has certainly been in Stewart's favour, so now he's doubling, and Martin instantly passes quite correctly. So that ties the scores at 5-5, four-way. So that's quite an exciting score, because a double gammon will win the match. So when you have some sort of a gammon threat, you double very early. So all these blitzing openings where you start with double 3 or double 5, then they instantly become doubles and usually passes for the side that's under pressure. So Stewart gets 3-5, he makes the 3 point. Martin gets 3-1, makes the 5 point is better. Double 4 has blocked the back checkers, but Stewart can make the 5 point. So that double 4 was a big roll. So I think this is wrong by Martin. I think you should play 2 down from the midpoint and go for the priming game. So this obvious play Martin made of 24-13 is the automatic play, and I think, as I was saying, I think it's automatically wrong here. The problem is that what you're aiming to do is to get into a racing game when you play to the midpoint 24-13, and because Stewart's rolled this double 4, I have a suspicion he's ahead in the race, so the racing game's not going to be in your favour. So 3-5 is not a good roll. It can't do anything useful at all. So I think you have to save the checker on the bar point. And then with the 3, probably the ugly 6-3. Yeah, so that's what Stewart's looking at. This is certainly a candidate. So, as I was saying, I think Stewart is ahead in the race, so he's sensibly keeping the racing as an option. Yeah, so now it's getting a bit dangerous for Martin. He's done all this work of escaping one back checker, and now he's seen that if he escapes the other one, he's just going to get into a race that he's losing. So is there enough to double here? Not if you stay on the bar. So Martin can think of doubling, but I still don't think he has much of a gammon threat. So yeah, he must cover the 4 point. Yeah, creating a new builder sounds worthwhile. 4-5 fans. So now I'm pretty sure White should be thinking of doubling. So when you're 4 away, you'd like to win 2 points or ideally 4 points, but 1 point is not much of a victory. So you're more keen on trying to double your opponent in than doubling him out. So what that means is you double aggressively, and your opponent is more keen to pass than usual. Yeah, so Stewart sees it the same way. He's not happy to lose the point, but it's much better than losing 2 or 4. So Stewart keeps his position of 4 away. So again, it's a doubled gammon is going to be perfect for him. So he'll still be looking at doubling aggressively, whereas Martin needs 3 points. So winning 1 point isn't too bad. Winning 2 points isn't too bad. So he won't be doubling so aggressively. 4-1 is a double hit. No alternative is good. 5-6 comes in with 1. So we've bought a roll. Can we do anything? Yeah, we can do quite a lot with this. Cover the blot and make the 18 would be my play. You can also make the 7. That's certainly not a bad play. But given the match lead, I think Martin should have been more keen on the defensive play of making the 18 point. So can you afford to expose another blot? I don't think so. So White's got 11 in the zone, so he's looking to attack. So 2-1 points on the 5. So that I'm sure is better than hitting twice. 3-1. So now he's got an anchor. So now he has a choice. He doesn't want to break the anchor, so he can play this play, which gives 4s, or so that goes for the better point. But if you slot the bar and you duplicate the 6, the opponent needs to make his own bar. So 6-1. Here, Martin's got to get his back checkers moving, and he sees it the same way. So at the moment, the blitz has failed for Martin because Stewart's got an anchor, but Martin's going to have a race lead because of this double 6. Yeah, so make the 5 point, and then coming down with the 5 is far from ideal, but the best we can do. Okay, so Martin gets 1 out. So should he play the same one on, or should he try and get his back checker out? Not clear to me. This is certainly not a bad play. So 5-4 is a very awkward number. So we could just slot the 4. Yeah, so discovered it doesn't go where he wants it to go. Martin shouldn't be doubling, so 5-4, that looks a terrible number. So he can't move his back checker and can't break the midpoint safely. So he's just got to waste a roll. Delicate roll from Stewart, so he's made his 4 point, and the 5 he can either slot or hit. We strengthen our board, and then we creep up with the 1. Not that we want to, but there's no other one. 5-4 covers and hits. Martin needs to enter. And now, is it double and pass? We're threatening just to cover with a 6, but we've still got to get our back checkers out. Right, so cover and split. Now, Martin, it's going to be a pass if he doesn't enter. So Stewart needs 4 points to win the match, and I think there's quite a few gammons here. There's still 6 white checkers in the outfield, and White's suffering from this TMP problem that when he enters with 1x, the 1 will be good, but the x will have to expose some blots somewhere. For this one, I think you should run from this as fast as you can. Yeah, and Martin sees it the same way. So the problem of taking that is that it might be the last decision you make in the match. So 3-point match. Three-point match is early double, early pass is the remedy to these. So it's a strange score because at the moment the match-winning chances are 50-50. So the first point gets you 10% match-winning chances, so you're 60-40 favourite. But the second point gets you another 15% match-winning chances, so you move to 75-25. So when you double your opponent, you're not effectively doubling the stake, you're multiplying it by 2.5. So implications of this is that the person who's being doubled wants to pass quicker. So then the person who is doubling will want to double earlier to try and get them to take. So while the game goes on 6-5, it's a great shot for Martin. So he's ended up making both bar points without rolling double 6. So both players have got advanced anchors. So what we would typically expect here is that they'll both try and pass time waiting for the winning double. So we could do 13-6 here, or you could just unstack the 6 point as he's looking at with playing those two. Yeah, so 2 blots in board, that's always a signal to say. Stick Rice used to say when your opponent puts 2 blots in board, you're free to do what you want from one roll. So that's what Stuart's done. He's chosen the best play to improve his builders and not worried about the risk. And you can see Martin is sensibly taking a while about deciding he doesn't want to hit. So if you do hit, you can cover one of the blots, but then you've left 3 blots. So 2-1, he makes the 10 point. He doesn't have a lot of time, so I might have thought about making the 4. Right, so I think I saw Stuart was down to 1.5 minutes now. So 4 and something, I'm guessing it's 4-3, because if it was 4-1, he'd have made the 4 point. Right, so 4-5. Yeah, so that looks like the right play with 4-5. Yeah, so Stuart's getting dangerously short of time. It's 1:20 now, so 80 seconds. I'm not a great player on time shortage, so my strategy is I'll take as long as I want to decide on the right plays, but when it's down to 1 minute, I will just play every move instantly. So 5-4 and make the 1 point. Doesn't look pretty, but right, so 1:06 it looks like for Stuart. 66 seconds. 4-1, we can clear the bar point safely. Doesn't seem to be an alternative to that. No, he's left the blot in front of the stripped midpoint, so that's not too terrible, but there's a blot on his own 1 point. 6-4. We can't run off the anchor, so we just make the 2. Okay, 62 seconds for Stuart. 5-2. We can just play 13-6 safely. So we're getting to the stage where something's got to give pretty soon. Right, so 3-point board, we have 4-point board, so there's not enough to double just on the threat of hitting, but we can point on him and cover the 1 point, so this is a brilliant number. So maybe he's thinking of making the 4, but I think you make the 5-point board now, and that way you can think about whether you can double him out next time or whether you're too good. So making the 4 point is the best play if he stays out. So Martin's still got 6 minutes on the clock, so he can kind of play at a leisurely pace. Right, so if he does this, if Stuart fans, he's got 2, 3, 4 combos to make 4 point and 8s to hit outside. So lots of good numbers. So here, if blue rolls a 1, then you've got to come in against a 4-point board. So the other way, you seem to give him 4, some of the 4s, 4-4, 4-5, 4-6, I think maybe. 4-3, 4-4, 4-5, 4-6. So 7 numbers against 11 numbers. So I think this is the right play by a clear margin. 4-3 is a hitter. Why didn't we do the other one? So now Martin needs to enter. 4-5 he does. He's got to save the other blot. That I think will stop Stuart from doubling for the moment. Four, 5. Hitting is the wrong plan against a 5-point board, so just 15-6 I think is the best play here. Okay, so it's down to 56 seconds. So 11 hits, 9 doesn't hit. We've got to come out with the 5 and play 6-2, I think is the only play. 5-1. Can't hit, but we can save. So after all that excitement, we got down to a bar point holding game. Double 3. So he can go for the race. Is there an alternative? Doesn't seem to be. It's 3-2. I think we make the 4 point. Now 30, 46, 66, 72, 75, 81. I think it's 81 for blue and 36, 66, 71, 77. So I think blue's a little behind. So I think he should wait until he's doubling. So that, I think this is a clear take for Martin, even though the take point's higher than normal. I think it's 81 for blue, 36, 66, 71, 77. Yes, I think Martin's 4 pips up. There's a bit of wastage, but if you're not behind, yeah, so save the blots is definitely right. So, yeah, there's some numbers for Martin where he'll be forced to run and leave some shots. If he can free those 2 back checkers safely, he's doing well. So he's quickly decided not to leave any shots. I think he's probably right. Stewart's making the racing play. So now Martin needs to avoid a 1, so he needs to get into the race quickly, and now he can. So the race is going to be close, is my prediction. Martin is a crossover behind, and they're quite long crossovers, but Stewart has this gap on the 4 point is terrible. I would go to the 11, seems like it's usually a good place to be where you get 5s or 6s to come in. Double 2, you come in and you always take checkers off with the 1. So this is a mistake playing 5 to 4. So McGreal actually proved this. I think there's very few things in backgammon you can actually prove. Three, 3, that's a great roll. So 3 crossovers. And Martin has 13 and Stewart has 12. So the gap on Stewart's 4 point is important. The gap on the 3 point at the top isn't so bad because if you roll a 3, you can fill it. So 2-1 is the smallest roll. He's played a 3-1, and that looks like a 2-1. Right, so Stewart's actually telling him to play the right play. Don't cheat me of a pip, or cheat yourself of a checker.
Matt, do you mind if what the position was before I misplayed 2-1? I think I took 1 off there.
I think this is legal, but they're calling the referee and they're looking at the video. So this is really the way to do it. That you can go back to the live stream and see what the position was on the board. So the reason why this is so good is that you can convince both players that what the correct position is.
No, I rolled a 2-1 and thought it was a 3-1.
Now, this is now, yeah?
Yeah, so you see there's checkers there and there. So what I did do was...
Yeah, so he's going back to the starting position and saying, this is what you've got with a 2-1 to play.
Okay, thanks a lot, Matt.
You want to take 2 checkers off and everyone's happy. And Stewart has 40 seconds on the clock. And there's a double 4 that misses 4 times, but it is still 16 pips, so it's not a disaster. So Martin has 11 and Stuart has a big number. 2-4 is 2 up, so Martin's down to 9. I think Stuart's 10 checkers. So it's 9 for white and 8 for blue. Double 4 is take 4 off in the gap. So Stuart is ahead. Double 3, that should be decisive. So 4 checkers to 8. Martin needs a big double. 1-3 is not enough. Or is possible Stuart can roll 2 1s and cost himself a roll that way.
Against your game, yeah.
Okay, so Stuart gets 2 points. So he's 8-6 up Crawford. So Martin effectively has to win 2 games to win the match. So he's got a half chance of winning the first game, a half chance of winning the second game. So he's 25% chance of winning the match. So you think in Stuart's position, you don't care about being gammon, so you can play aggressively if you want to. So Stuart makes the 5, and Martin wants to split. So yes, I was saying gammons aren't worth much for either player here. So Stuart's gammons are worthless, and Martin's are worth very little indeed. 3-2. This isn't obvious. You could make the 22 point. That's normal play. Can't be wrong by much. 2-4. I would make the 4 point. It's always good. How's Stuart doing with time? He's 40 seconds for those seconds. 5-4. That makes the 18 point. I think. No, apparently not. I'll be honest and say I haven't agreed with any of the plays the players have made for a while. Okay, so if you come up, you're going to be hit there, is my prediction. 1s, 3s, 8s, and 9s, so 8 is a hit. Yeah, so hit with the 3. Decide what to do with the 5. Not entirely clear to me. Double 4 can't hit. I would make the 9 is a good blocking point. Not much wrong with that. Maybe 6-2 is better, but as I say, not much wrong with this. So Martin gets a free roll to see what damage he can do. So 6-2, making the 3 is safe, but I think he's right that you make the 5 point. Take your chances. 5-6, he can escape should he hit. I think he wants to hit. 1-4, you want to enter on the 24 point, is clear to me. So yes, we're way behind in the race, so we want the maximum zone of contact. So 6-5 looks like a shot of some sort. We'll probably play the 5 to the 5 point. So he's looking at making the 4, so that's good for later. Okay, so 6 is about it. 6 and 4-2. Double 2 is not good enough. Then I think maybe you start the bar to try and create a prime. Not a lot of difference in these plays. 5-3, Stuart just wants to play safely. He does have a safe option. Martin wants to do something to strengthen his board, and he does with this. So again, Stuart's looking for anything safe. 6-1 is a weakener. So I think you come up with 22 here. I think that looks a very weird play, but yeah, so what if you go all the way 22 to 15? So normally you'd never consider a play like that because it's bites yourself being gammoned, but you have to get a hit to save this game, and gammons don't cost you anything. Yeah, so if you come out, you give him 4s to hit outside, and he's already got 4/5 to hit point on you inside. Might be 13/7 is right. This is a safe-ish play, but I really don't think you get enough hits with this play is the problem. So I think the computer would come out from the 22, and I'd probably play 13/7. And as I say, I think this is the third best play. So 3/2, can't hit, can't clear the midpoint, just do nothing. So 5/3, Martin would have liked to afford to make the bar point, but at least he's got something to move for the moment. 6/4, so he can't play off the midpoint, he's got to clear. So the game is coming to its climax. 6 is really bad for Stuart. 5/3, he can wait a bit, so he should definitely wait. So 6/1 and 4/1, yeah, so that's top play. And he hopes that Martin has to make a concession, which he does. Now we can just run out one from the back. Why can't we just play 22/13? And then we pretty much make sure we get a shot. 3/1, got to play safe, 5/1. 3/2 covers the blot. I wouldn't have slotted here. I'm expecting a shot very soon. 3/3 is perfect. Or 4 was probably more perfect. 6/4, close the board. 4s are bad. 6/4 is bad. 5/4 is okay. 6/4 is the worst, so that's a double shot. So any 3 or 4 to hit and win. So that's 20 shots with 5/4 favourite to hit. But can't be that easy, surely. Well, we can hit both of them. Right, so I think that's a difficult play, but I think technically it's right to hit both of them. That there's more chance you'll get hit when you're bearing on, but less chance your opponent will gain in the race. And one thing that is unique at this score is the backgammon is super valuable. So if White manages to get the backgammon, the first point gets him up from 25% to 50%, but the second point's worth next to nothing, but the third one takes him up from 50 to 100. A very difficult game for Martin to lose. I think so. 2's not clear. 2 off will win more backgammons, but get hit more often. 5/3 will win most games, I believe. 4/1, yeah, so I think, yeah, that's the play that wins most games, I would say. Force me clear from the rear. So my suspicion is this looks like a single or a gammon, and there's very little difference. A single gives Stewart a free drop next game. So 5/5 is good, and spread them out. This is fine as well. So I think Stewart's 27 seconds. Five, 4. Usually right to go to the 6 point. Martin's still got 8 left, so it looks like Stewart will be able to scramble round. So even after 2-1, he's guaranteed to save it. It saves the gammon, takes the score to 8-7 post Crawford. Right, so at this score, Martin should double at the very first opportunity, and Stewart should only take if he is favourite in the game. So as far as Crawford decisions go, this is one of the easier ones. So Stewart gets the opening roll. It's not a great roll, but I think it's enough to say he's favourite in the game, so he should take. So he's given it up. I'm not 100% convinced that he's favourite. It's certainly a bad start, 5-1 and 2-1, 4-1. So they haven't set the position up properly yet. So 8-8 is right, but Stewart's starting 5 pips ahead. So he's already played 13-8. So that's wrong. So now they're trying to construct the original position.
Right, so I've played a 5-2.
Yeah, so that's the starting position. We've got that sorted out now. Right, so now we've got to play 3-2, 2 down. Okay, so I guess Martin got an opening roll with 5-2 and played 2 down. So it's still a very close game. Slight edge to Martin, just he's got first shot at a good number. 5-1. 5-1 is not a good number. So this is a reasonable play. This is what I call the decoy and diversion play. So it stops your opponent making a point in board because he's got to take care of this blot. Five, 3 is useless. We can't hit anywhere. I would come in. Well, the 5 is pretty ugly as well. I was thinking Stewart needs one good roll to put his position together, but this isn't it. I think 2 down from the midpoint is right. So now he's down to 24 seconds. So Martin needs to get something going at the top of the board, and rolling a 5 every time never does it. So 22-16, I think, is the play here. That we come out and attack his block there, and if he doesn't hit us, we've got the outfield coverage. Good, so he's found that. So 6-2 can build the 4 point safely, or we can start a hitting contest when the board strengths are level. I would have made the 4 point, so 1-6, come in and hit, must hit, no alternative. So I say no alternative because you can see there's masses of black builders that are sitting there ready to make the 5 or the 4 point when he gets a turn to do it. Right, so we got 9 at the bottom of the board or something at the top. So double 4 is a brilliant number. So yeah, you can do this. You can make the 7 and the 20, and then you don't have a good 4th one. So point on head and split. Yeah, so that looks like a good play. I'm not going to say it's the very best play because there are so many options. So Martin's still got 3 minutes left, so he shouldn't be too panicking. I'm asking for an action replay. They haven't yet introduced the VAR to backgammon. Okay, so he's settled on the play. 1-6 from the bar is not good, so in and out looks right. So 4s to anchor, 5s to hit, 6s and 1s to hit. Like to make the 5 point, but I'm pretty sure you have to hit here. So 8 to 7, 24, 21 would be my play. Right, so this just leaves sixes for black, so it's not too bad, but still a bit sceptical as to why we're trying to save a gammon when it's not worth anything. The 1-4, we've seen this before, we come in with the 1, and I think the race is so bad that you want to stay back. So now Stewart is just trying to escape and win that way. So 6-5, just run all the way and cross your fingers. So 5s and 6-2, so that's 13 shots. 6-1, you must come out and attack the blot, make it difficult for him and give him the task of saving 2 blots next time. So I would go 20-14, 6-5. So I haven't counted the race, but I've been working on the assumption that blue is a long way ahead. So blue's got all his checkers out and white's still got 3 back. Yeah, so that is the best play, but I still don't think there's much chance of getting shot. So 4-2, we don't want to be hitting. Just play safe, and then perhaps you can do some counting and figure that your pip count is 110. Your opponent is... Yeah, so I'm counting this as 10 on the 8 and 5 on the 6, so 80 and 30 is 110. And I've been thinking white is behind that, so 40, 72, 81, 105, 114, 120. So we were 10 up and now we've got another 16, so that should conclude matters. So Stuart is just trying to find a way to bring this home safely. So normal strategy is you strip the back point ready to clear it. And so the race we're getting back in the race. If we go all the way round, we've got 63, 94, 103 for white, and black would have 48, 55, 75, 87, 91. So we're 12 behind if we run on my reckoning. It looks terrible if we stay. We've got to waste pips and we're not going to build our board. So I think you have to run. I'm thinking about running with 1 instead of 2, but I think that's wrong. Yeah, so I think this is the very best play Martin's picked. So now he's taken his chances with the bad race. It's better than no race, as they say. And Stewart's had double 4 followed by double 3, so whatever the race was before, it's getting pretty academic. It looks like those decisions that Stewart's down to 9 seconds, but with a 12-second delay for each move, that should be plenty of time. I mean, if it was Oliver Squire, he'd probably be scratching his nose, wondering what the time was before he even worried about a play in this with 9 seconds. 3-1-3 off and anyone. Okay, so 59 against 73. 59 against 63. Well, maybe it's a lot closer. 45, 54, 45, 53. So this is really as close as I think. 36, 45, 47. Does look very close to me. 39, so that would look like 6-5 was really big. Double 5 is even bigger. So Martin has 3, 6, 8, 9 checkers. 2, 2, 2 off is good. So Stuart's down to 6. 5, 1, single miss. That's not disastrous. So Martin has 8. So he can't afford to miss again. So 6 and 6 to 2. That's right. So 8 to 5. So double, playing double would win for Martin, I think. 5 off and miss on all the ones. Not clear to me, but he doesn't have time to consider the niceties. 3, 1, 2 off. So Martin's got 4 left. Stuart's got 4 left and likely to miss, so he has missed. Okay, so 5 to 4 is clearly right here. Then we get double 2 to win. So 4's or better to win.
Thanks, Stuart.
And there it is. Wow, so exciting match, that one. Right, so my thoughts were that before this round, they were down to, I think, 6 unbeaten players. So now I think they're probably down to 3. So the next round is scheduled for 1 o'clock, which is almost half an hour's time away. So Matty is updating the text, and that's telling me that the next match is scheduled for 1 p.m. So I will take a short break there, and we should be back up and live in about half an hour's time. So I hope you enjoyed that match. I think it's the most exciting one I've commented on so far. Now to Pete.
You're on fire?
I'm very lucky.
No, you're on fire. Someone should stop you. Someone should stop you.
It's 9 points.
Yes.
Right, so I'm just mentally adjusting my strategy.
Yeah, wait, but I don't know where it is. Might need dice. I think
Okay. Have you got my best side?
Have I? Okay.
Hi everyone, welcome to round 6 of the UK Open. Some people are asking in the chat about
We can live, we can
the
start.
draw sheet,
It's okay.
and I found that via the UK BGF Facebook page.
Ah, okay. So we can start.
So the current position in the tournament is I have 3 people on 5 out of 5, which is Dale Taylor, Pete Heskett, and Jamie McPherson, who's at the bottom of the board here. So Jamie is playing against Radu Chiortan, who I think is officially Romanian. He was part of the Romanian team that won the World Team Championship a while back. And I would describe him as the most successful player in terms of winning events in Britain for quite a long time. So one thing that Radu has as a special quality is he learned the game to play quickly. So he's generally a very fast player, and he's certainly a strong player, but probably not the strongest. But I believe he gets an extra advantage because he moves so quickly that his opponents don't have a lot of time to think as to what their deep strategy is. It gets to be his turn, he rolls the dice, makes his move, and then you're back on again. So his opponent, Jamie McPherson, is someone I know quite well. So he lives very close to me, so he gave me a lift to a few tournaments. So we spent quite a bit of time chatting while we were doing that. So Radu's got up to an early advantage here because of his double 3. He made an advanced anchor, and Jamie had to respond by splitting. So his double 1 is a great entry for sure. So he can choose to make this blocking play, or that's what he's gone for. I would probably have split and played 6 to 5. Okay, 5-4. He covers the 4 point, and there's no good 5. So he just plays safe. So Jamie's got 4 blocking points against Radu's anchor, but Radu has an advanced anchor, so the danger for Jamie is his back checkers will get trapped. So 6-4, I think he should run. The danger of staying back and just playing 13 to 3 is that White will potentially build a prime against you, and you can't do anything to counter that because White's already got his advanced anchor at the edge of the prime. So 2-5, this is a good roll. So there's lots of choices here. Okay, so I think did he play 2-2s then? No, 2 and 5. So 2-1 is a brilliant entry number. So Jamie's just about holding on in this game. It seems that Radu keeps trying to wipe him out with the double hit, but Jamie always enters with both his checkers. So now Radu is trying to make 5 points. So 6-2 hits at the top of the board. So 5-6 fans. So don't think Jamie's got enough yet. So his last back checker is still pretty badly trapped. So he's got a race lead with all these checkers back, but in order to get into the race, he's got to disengage, and that's not so easy. So he's doubling, so he's got once to hit, and Radu's given it up. So he saw it very differently to me. So as before, this is a match to 9. So a 1 point start, as I was saying, is not enormously significant. I think it came out at 5 2/3% advantage or something.
Oh yes, thank you.
There's 6-5 to Radu. He runs. 2-1. Slotting is right here, so I think James played the remove the computer light. So there's a swing roll of 4-1 here, so when white hits, then he doesn't like the 1 at all. Right, so 1, 3, and 6 to cover the 5 point, so we can do it in 2 different ways here. So I think what you want to do is look at the top of the board and see what you'd like to play there, and I think you'd probably like to split with a 1, so that implies you'd want to cover with the 6. So he sees it the same way. 5-4, so Radu's back checker is trapped, so he's gone for a hit. I guess my reflex was to bring 2 down from the midpoint, but that way you're leaving 7s and 8s, so there's still quite a lot of shots anyway. But with his early 6-5, Radu had got this overstacked midpoint, so he had 6 checkers on the midpoint, so bringing the second one down is definitely a step forward, that he's getting an extra checker into the game. So 6-3, looks like we have to do something with the back checkers. And this looks the right idea to me, that you escape one of them, and at the same time, by controlling the outfield, you stop your opponent from potentially escaping his last back checker. Right, so Radu's got a perfect roll, so he hits, makes the 4 point, and then decides which is the best last 2. So this is a clever play. So he's duplicated Blue's 5-4. So the 5 comes in and then would either anchor or hit. So 1-4 he anchors. So Radu has a good priming structure and only 1 checker back against 2. So that's what's tempting him to double. So there's still a couple of gaps in his prime on the 5 and the 7. The 3-1 is annoying. You usually make the 5 point, but all the spares on the 6 have gone. So he puts the spare back on the 6, so there's no shots at the top of the board. But the 1 is inconvenient at the bottom. I think they were talking yesterday to saying how it's actually, you're more blocked when you come up to the 23 point. So the idea is both your opponent's 6 and 8 point are blocking you when you come up. So 6-4, he can make the bar or the 2 point, so he's done this one very quickly. This is the best priming play, but he's leaving a 1 shot in the process. So Jamie hits with the 1 for sure, and the crucial question is, should he split with the 4, or should he try to build his own prime with probably 13-9? So he's decided hit and split is the right strategy. 6-5 Radu fans. So Jamie really loves his play now. The danger of the hit and split was that he'd get stuck. So he's turning the cube to 4. Yeah, so, right, yes, I'd forgotten that he'd been doubled already. So Jamie's got the edge in this game for sure. So he's threatening to roll a 4 to make an anchor, roll a 6 to hit. And he's already got Radu on the bar, but Radu doesn't like passing to 3-0 behind. I really don't like White's position. I think he's got 2 back behind a solid 4 prime, and potentially got a 3rd one going there. So he decides to pass it as well. So it wasn't an easy pass by any stretch of the imagination, but in my judgment, he got that one right. There's 6 away, 9 away. We're quite close to a score where Radu's going to have to double aggressively to try and make up the deficit. There's 6-3 to Radu. He will split and down. 6-4, you hit with the 6 and split with the 4 because you've still got a spare on the 8 point. Radu rolls double two. It's very good. So he can certainly hit there, but I wouldn't instantly have thought that was been sure that was the best play. The double two again is good. So one option is to make the 4 point and then maybe pop out to the 18. Or another option is to make the 20 point. Then we don't really have a good last one. Yeah, so 6-4 or 13-11 or 23-21. I can see what Jamie's plan is. His idea is to say I have a match lead and I'm not going to get gammoned very much at all if I've got the 20-point anchor. Right, so this is the best distributional play. That was the fifth checker on a point, and he got the fifth checker off his midpoint already. Three, two comes in and hits on the 5, seems to be his intention. So yeah, that's the right thing to do. That's early stages of backgammon, you want to fight for key points, the 5 point and the 4 point. I'm sorry, he's rolled double 2, so that's why he chose to enter with a 2. Okay, so his decision was, did he want to play a 5-4 game or a 5-2 game? The 6-1 Radu can make the bar roll run, and I think making the bar is the right choice against 4 back checkers. So he's gone for this play. So like I say, I felt I would make the bar point. So 3-2 he can hit, but he has to give up the 20 points. So he's still right to hit, I'm sure. So he has an advantage in award points, and white has bad 6s when he enters. So Radu always plays quickly, so perhaps old age is catching up with him, and he's not making all his plays instantly. So this is a position we recognise. So you can see Radu's basically had the starting position and rolled 6-5, and Jamie's done an awful lot of moving his checkers around to different places. So 6-5 doesn't do a lot, so I would play 9 and 8 here. I'd be keen to try and make the 20 point at the top of the board, or remake to be technically correct. Yeah, so if you do this, what you do with the 6, you have to give a shot anyway.
Thank you. Thank you.
6-4, hit and none. 5-4. That's the hit, right? Sorry, I should have seen that. And fans. So Jamie certainly shouldn't be doubling with the lead here, match lead. So you can see one of the flaws of this running game that Radu was playing is that when it goes wrong, you discover that you've got no development. So Radu's still back in this position where he's just started with a 6-5 and 1-1 checker out. So the double 1 is brilliant. Now he's managed to unstack the 6 point and make a new point. But Jamie's got a good priming position himself. So he shouldn't hit here and break a point. I would probably come down 15-9. The plan, I think, is to try and prime Radu's checker, or at least to stop it escaping. 6-4, 6 has to be 13-7. That's what he's seen, and then figures it's best to go on. And these 1s and 2s, I guess you've got to leave a double shot anywhere, no matter what you play. I think Jamie's a long way from a double here. Madu snatches it. And he thinks it's an easy take, but having said that, there's still a lot of game to go for both sides. The 2 hits. Jamie stays with his priming plan. Madu fans is always not good. So 1, 2, and 6 to make the prime. 4, 1 doesn't do it. So now maybe the time is to play 23, 18 and try and get the back checkers moving. Now he's looking at slotting the bar, but I don't like this play. That there isn't really good form. If you come out from the back with the 4, you're giving him 1s and 6s to hit. And if you slot the bar, you're giving him 5s as well. So he's coming out with the 4 and splitting the back checkers. I think is clear to me. So there's only 8 white checkers in the zone, so you're not going to get blitzed. And white's got to use half his roll to come in. So the plan is we have a reserve plan of making our bar point rather than his bar point, or vice versa. 5, 6, Radu fans again. So he's had 2 goes at coming in on the 3-point board, so he's in the bottom 1/16 of entering. And again, this is 4s, 5s, and 6s Radu will hit with. And again, he fans, so that's a 1 in 64 chance. 5, 3, Jamie can't cover it. I don't see he's got enough to do blitzing, so the blitzing play would be 7 to 2 and 9 to 6, but there's only 10 checkers down there. I think this is why I didn't like this slotting play in the first place, but I would have envisaged if I did it, then I'd have a good chance of covering. So he's going for the blitzing play. Again, I'm not too clear about this, so Radu gets 1 in. So 6-2 he can cover. So coming in doesn't normally seem the right play. So 3-4 Radu is alive and fighting. One hits. Probably goes to the bar. Now, Jamie's still got the edge in this game, but it's still got a long way to go this game. So 4-2 he can make the bar point. So he's been itching to make the bar for a long time. So why he's hesitating here, I don't know. So 6-1 we can get the last checker out. Or you could just save a guy with 13-7-6 or 13-7-6-5. I think this is the right idea. Yeah, so there's a clever one. So he's duplicating 1s and 3s to enter and hit. He only gets hit with 1-3. And 3-4. We can't hit, so I guess we enter with the 3 and bring the 4 round the corner. Yeah, so I guess he's thinking about just bringing that guy out. This isn't so bad, so he can escape the back checker with 4s and 6s. 3-1 is pretty useless, just 12-8 is safe. So Radu He's alive and well for the moment, but he's got to be careful when he's playing against a 4-point board and a 4 prime. So this looks the right idea by Janey. I think he's got a big race lead here, so if he can disengage and get into a race, that would be really good for him. So the 3-5 for Radu hitting was brilliant, and Janey's now the guy who's having his holiday on the bar. I think we're starting to see a bit of a turnaround in this game. Not that it's finished yet by any means, but Radu's got over the prime, and maybe he's certainly back in race. So he's looking at making a 3-point as the alternative. And I suppose if you jump the prime, the danger is that you have to be careful in the future because you don't want to get hit when you haven't got an anchor. But I think it's mandatory to jump the prime here, and then you decide what you want to do with the other two. So making the midpoint is one choice, or the other choice would be just 2 down from your own midpoint. I think he's right to be suspicious of this position. These positions where you hold both midpoints, the danger is your opponent's 18-point gives him a lot of coverage and makes it difficult for you to clear either of those points. Yeah, so this is a good play, if not the very best play. 3-2, he comes in. It's like a good place to come in when we can get out with 4s or 6s. Everyone, we can just play safe. Live 1 is not good. I guess we could move the back guy out. Yeah, so that's what Jamie's seeing. Madu would like to hit that guy if he can do it without needing any shots, which this does. 6-6 pounds, so Radu gets another turn to try and improve. Looks like he's counting the race. 63, 103, 113, 131. 4-2, that's a great quality point. 3-6 is in and out, I think. He's scared about coming out with a double shot. Staying back is only a single shot. So maybe it is right to stay back here. So I've got the race as very close here. I'm not sure what was right. I would have played 7-1, but I know this isn't a bad mistake. I will say that much. So as I say, I had the race as very close, and I don't think if the race is close that you can double yet. I know Radu would very much like to get the cube on 4. He's 3 points behind. So always when you have a lead, Jamie's trying to assert that he's 3 games ahead of Radu, whereas Radu is saying that he's trying to argue you're less than 1 game ahead of me. The 2-1 can hit, but probably wrong. So that's the way he sees it. So yeah, hitting, the problem is it polarizes results. So when it doesn't work out for you, you've missed your cube, and when it does work out, you've missed your market. So double 6 is forced. And now Jamie will have a big race lead, I guess. Five three. Jamie moves his lost spare in the outfield, so he's still got 1-6 to play before anything terrible happens. So he's really looking for double 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5-2. Yeah, could well be right. At least that way you force Radu to play safely. Six five. There's no stakes. The 5 has to be 6-1. Six five. Yeah, so that's the only safe play. So this was what I was saying was the potential problem with Radu's having both midpoints, that you can see that despite the fact Jamie has got a big race lead, that Radu might well be the guy that leaves the shot first. Okay, so Jamie's going to count this. 36, 66, 72. That's 4 is 68, 50, 60, 70, 85, 86. So I've got 18 at the moment. There's 6-1, there's only one safe play. So that would leave Jamie 11 out, but he still needs to disengage. So I think now is the time to make a run for it. I think this is kind of like a pay now, pay later, but paying now, you can do it with minimum shots. So you move both checkers and only leave a 1. And then you're leaving him 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 6. The problem is if you don't do it now, you've got to break your board. So then suddenly Radu's not compelled to play too safely. Yeah, so I think Jamie's got this one spot on. So Radu needs a hit. He's got a hit, but he can't cover the blot. So he's created a prime. So Jamie's got 1, 6, 5, double 6, and he fans. So now Radu must double. And he does, and I think Jamie has to pass this. So he's rightly having a think. So 3-2, what am I reckoning?
Oh, it's not. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like a 5-minute break. So looking at the times seem to be still pretty close, 13 minutes to 12. So one idea I came up over the last few weeks was this idea as to how you can measure your time management in a match. And this time control they have of 2 minutes per point, you effectively get 1 minute for each point on the score sheet. So the formula I came up with is you look at how many points you are away from winning for both players. So at the start of the match, each player is 9 away, so there's 18 points away from winning, and you have 18 points, 18 minutes of time. So now you look at it and you say, I'm leading 6 away, 7 away, so I'd expect to have 13 minutes left. And you can see one player's slightly over 13, one slightly under 13. So it means they're very much on schedule for the right schedule for the match. So this time management I've come up with is a very conservative, very safe way of managing time. And it's not that you have to follow this religiously and say, I can't get short of time on this basis, but what it does do is it very, very helpfully warns you when you're potentially getting into time trouble. So you can say, it's not going to come as a great shock when you suddenly discover you've got to play a bit more quickly. Right, so it looks like the players are back.
Thank you very much. This is my shot.
They're ready to kick off.
Thank you. Okay, 3-2.
So we're up against 6-3 to Radu. So last time he played split and down. He's done the same this time. 6-1 makes the bar safely. That is a very good number. So 1-6 and 2-6 are the worst numbers. 5-6, he comes in and his only 6 is to come out. And 9 and 2, 6-5. Usually right to run, and it definitely is here, I think. The 6-2 makes the 4 point, good point in board. So I think Jamie has a racing lead. So getting your last checker out is always super good. And the same is true for Radu. Okay, so they've both effectively got 6 on the midpoint and another 9. So it looks very, very close to me. So that's fine. You could have also slotted the 4 point. 5-4-5-1, slightly smaller. 6-2 comes down, slots the 5. So these positions, when you're trying to clear the midpoint, the doubling window starts when you come down to 4 checkers on the midpoint, and you say, well, now I can roll a double and clear it all in. But there's very little holding here. I think it's essentially a race, this position. So that's a fine play. The double 6 is brilliant. It's the best roll you can get when you're in a race. So we might well have to do an audit after this roll and see how far Radu is ahead. So 13-5 would be my play. So I've got Radu as a 10 pip lead, which should be enough to double, I think. If it was my game, I'd count them more than once, but I never know how soon they're going to start. So Radu is always quick, so he's doubling. So double and I think automatic take. The 6-5, another big number, is really good. So on my counting, that would be 21. He's ahead now. So 4-1. General rule is always make the maximum number of crossovers you can. The 6-4 is another big roll, so Radu's getting a 6 and something every time. 6-2, the 12-6 gets that guy in, and then 7-5, yeah. So Jamie's 1 crossover behind before the roll. So Jamie's got 5 to bring in, Radu's only got 2, and Radu's got his checkers in deeper. So double two is 2 in, another crossover, and 6 to 4. The 4 point is looking very weak. Another double two. He's wondering whether to make the last crossover. I think 6 to 4 is probably better, yes. Double four, so now he's delighted he played the last two as he did. He can get 3 off rather than 2. I think Radu still has the edge. $47 to 54, so 7 pips, slightly more than 10%. So 54 less 24 is 30. So the pip count should be in Jamie's favour, but the distribution is less than ideal. So what's he got? 30 to 34. The good news for Jamie is he can't make any mistakes when he's got to play, always got to play off the 5 point. How's he doing now? 24 to 29, so he's 5 pips ahead. 5 checkers to 7, so definitely worth thinking about. So what do the numbers do? So 4s and 5s and 6s come off. 1s don't do much good. 2 and 3 fill a gap. So Radu's passing this one. It wasn't clear to me it was a pass. So that is very good for Jamie. That takes him to 5 now. So he's 4 away from winning. So I was saying yesterday, 4 away from winning is a really good score. 4 away, 2 away, or 1 away, basically any power of 2. So this was my idea that a power of 2 is a good number of points you want to be away from winning. And when you think about it, you'll discover that these are actually all the numbers that are on the doubling cube. So the doubling cube naturally takes you to winning the match exactly without falling short and without going over. Right, so Jamie starts with 5-1 and splits. Sorry, Radu gets the 5-1 and splits. So Jamie runs out all the way is the right play. So the problem is you don't want to stay on the 18 when White's already stacked the 8 point. So Radu got a 3-1, so he could hit or make the 5. I think maybe making the 5 was slightly better. 2-1, he hits again. So Radu's managed to unstack his midpoint is the good bit. Now he's got a 3rd checker back. He still hasn't really made any new points. 6-1. That's clearly right, so he wants to come out and try and make an advanced anchor. And Jamie's got no new points either. So double 4 can hit at the top of the board. It's a good start. That's what he sees. Then we could either make the 9 or the 2. So I would make the 9 here. Well, this is far from decisive. There's 2s and 4s to hit. A good start, so you must hit. You have to send the first checker back for sure. We'll probably get a bit more hitting in the outfield, but no. Hitting anywhere. We could play 20 and 13. Or play 22 and hit on the 1 point. So 1, 3 and 6 to point. 5, 2 is kind of like the most useless roll imaginable. So maybe we remake the midpoint here with the 5. That's a good starting point. At least we make a point. So he's looking at also making the 11 potentially. Yeah, so that's not too bad. He's recovered the midpoint and he's still got an anchor, so nothing terrible can happen. So 2-1 is really ugly. So I guess there's no 1 at the bottom of the board, so I guess you've got to play 13 to 10. I suppose he could make the bar point. That's an alternative. So that leaves White to hitting 6, but he's got good 6s already, so maybe that was the right play. I'd certainly have had a look at that. Six four, hit and cover. Looks like a good roll for a good play. Well, aces, you come in, make the 5, and then think. So 10 to 9, I would play here. The 9 point is very important. It's 6 away from the anchor, so it's probably our best blocking point. So we're not really killing a builder putting 1 on the 9 because we definitely don't want to give up the 9. Okay, so 1 2 6 combinations to make the bar, 2 4 5 to make the 4 point, 6 3, nothing else but running. So Radu needs to hit now or he'll be in trouble. So hit and down. Now he's got a 3-point board. So 1 4 come in and safe. So which safe? 13 9 or 9 to 5? Don't really worry too much. Right, so what can we roll that's good? Double 6, almost forced. So we probably don't want to play, or maybe he does want to play 24-18. Right, so 1 2 6 to make the bar point. Now we've got to do something special to stop him escaping. Right, so 6 2 makes the bar. It's a perfect number. Five bands. So can Jamie double now? I think he's got enough to double. Don't think there's many gammons against the 3-point anchor. And the only problem is escaping our last back checker. Are we going to be able to, do we have time to do that? Well, we got 2s and 6s, so I think that's enough. Yeah, so I think this is double pass would be my verdict, that Jamie's 4 away, so you don't want to let him get 2 points and get to 2 away. So 6-4 is good number, he gets out. And he plays it conservatively, so he's pretty sure he can double Radu out next time. Well, that would be my thinking. And he's carrying on, so nothing bad can happen, but having said that, it's difficult to win a gammon when your opponent's got the anchor. So Radu should come up with the 1. He doesn't want any nonsense going on with forcing extra contact. So 6-3, there's nothing terrible can happen for Jamie, but I can't see any point in playing on in this position. I think you're ultimately going to come down to doubling your opponent out in a roll or 2, but perhaps he's hoping for Radu to roll double 4 or double 5 and collapse his position. So 3 checkers behind a 6-5, I wouldn't even bother to do a pip count. I know it's a pass anyway. Now, there's no problem playing on unless there's any anti-jokers. So unless double 6 or double 5 is going to leave a blot and you're going to miss your doubling opportunity.
Here, yeah?
Sorry. Okay.
I think this is the move. Because previously, or was here, I'm not sure. Was here? Or you was here?
I thought I was there.
Oh, here? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I thought cassettes were played.
Okay,
but
play. Whatever you want. It's no problem. My mistake.
no, it's all right. Might be wrong.
I have a feeling that was good.
Okay, so there's the collapsing roll. And now it's near impossible for Jamie to lose. So he might well want to play on again. I still find it very difficult to find a gammon win here. So 6-1 and 5-4, you can double him out next time. Or if you clear the 7 point, you'll get some gammons, but might regret it if he rolls double 4. I can't understand why he's playing on here. So with this, I think you clear the 8 point, so you can spread your builders out. No great difference between the plays. So now if Radu rolls double 6, is he taking or is he still lost? Double 2 now his board totally collapses. So now there's a good argument for playing on. So 6-4. That's the safe play. Radu still isn't out. We got some difficult balls, but even if we leave a shot, I wouldn't worry in this position. I don't think Radu should run with 1. I think if he leaves 1 behind, he leaves himself open to an attack. So I think this is right, that you get one of them safe before you break the anchor. So double 3 can't take any off. So it's an awkward roll. So yeah, that one is forced, and 5-2 is forced. Maybe clear the 5 point. Yeah, so that's a safe play, but the gammons seem to have virtually all disappeared. So now you're running into danger if you play on. So Jamie finally gets around to doubling. Gets the point he could have got a lot earlier. So I don't want to sound too overcritical. It didn't seem much difference to me whether you doubled or not. It's just if you're the older man, then you need to get the game over with quicker. So 3 away, 7 away. And I've mentioned before Stick Rice's rule that 3 away, many away is never a double for the leader. So that's the short form of the rule, but the detail is very much that gammons are valuable when you're the leader with the cube on 1, but their value goes down when the cube is on 2. One 4 comes in and hits off the 4 point. And now Jamie does have a good 6 off the bar. He would love to come in. All right, this is great. Well, come in, hit, and make the bar. 2, 3, you come in with the 3. So he's choosing to hit. I would wonder whether to make the 11 or the 22, and his instant reflex is to reject both. So 5-2, another great shot, make the 20 point. 4-2, so now we have to make the 20 point. So now we've got the old mutual holding game. Jamie is ahead in the race because he's managed to send another checker back, but that's very far from conclusive. I think despite the fact you hate making the ugly play, I think 13-6 is the play to make here. Okay, so this is the run-off anchor play, and this, I think, is a big mistake. So the criteria is who's got the stronger board, and at the moment, neither of you have got a point in board, so you're inviting your opponent to attack. So that's really the only play that can get you to lose the game very quickly. So this play, I think, is a blunder. So 6-1, hits and cover is reasonable. We'll make the 5 point. What he's thinking about. I think it's best to play without the blot. Don't think this is a bad mistake, but if you don't have a blot, you won't get hit. Okay, so he's right to hit, to send another checker back and stop Radu making the point.
I forgot to move one.
So Radu's laughing. I think he's wondering as to whether that was the right play he made before, or how the game would worked out if he'd made the 4 point safely. Okay, 2-2 comes in and hits. 4-2, so he comes in, and he has an awkward number on the other side. So 21-11 is, I think, the natural play. 21-6 is the safe play, but is it really stacking too much? Right, so Radu needs 2, 3, 4 to hit, or 6 to make the bar, or 2 is a point on head. By 4 fans. Or 3 is not perfect. So this is a good play. He's got one of his back checkers up to get into the outfield next time. Okay, so Jamie fans. So Radu is getting round to thinking about doubling sometime soon. Certainly I would. So 6-2, I would come out with the 6 and make the bar with the 2. So you can see all this is a direct consequence of coming off the 5 point anchor when he did. He gave Radu this opportunity to attack it at very little risk. That's not to say that it guarantees the play is wrong. It's just a warning as to saying when you give up the anchor, bad things can happen. So that, I think, was a bad take by Jamie, because as I was talking about, one way to judge these positions is to say which new points have you made compared to the opening. And you can see Jamie's made exclusively the bar point. So the other problem is because he's so stacked that when he enters, he has to expose another blot, which is what happened. And actually 2-4 wasn't too bad an entering number, but 3. Radu's hit was very good. So now we've got the anchor. Now we just play 6-5. You really don't want to get any more checkers sent back behind that prime. Yeah, so I like this play by Jamie. I think he's realised how dire the situation is, and that he just has to minimise his losses before he can think about trying to win the game. So this is a change of plan. It's less dangerous to hit now. I'm still not convinced it's a good plan. I'm just finding it hard to envisage how black can win this game for the moment. So again, I'm not going to be looking at hitting here. If you hit, where's the 4? You're really just in danger of getting more checkers sent back behind the prime. You can slot the back of the prime, but I think it's an unnecessary risk here. 5-4, again he can hit, and again I think it's wrong. I just make the 2 points. So all this nonsense of hitting and trying to contain the back checker, what it's resulted in is you've ended up making a deep point in your board instead of making the points in order. However, Jamie, I think is back on the right track now. So now you clear the midpoint and get 2 other checkers into your priming formation. So the plan here is that as blue, we're just going to build our board and wait for white to break his prime and see how bad things are when we get forced off the anchor. The other plan would be to roll double 1 followed by double 6. So 4-4 is a bit too big. So we make that and probably slot the others. So we could come in and kill 6s, but then our opponent might activate our 6s later on. So this one I'm suspicious is the worst of the 3. Radu's been very good. He hasn't slotted the back of the prime and risked this 1-6 yet. So 10-7 looks good here. This is equally good. Or 2, and now we're forced to come in. Double 4 is an inconvenient number, but we can still do good things with it. That looks like a very weird play. Now that play is aimed at keeping the prime for the longest time. I would have had a different strategy of trying to make the 3-point next. So I don't know if this is a good plan or a bad plan. As the game goes on, we'll see what he's planning to do in this game and how well his idea of making the 1 point comes out. The 3-1 we can split, but we definitely don't want to. So we fill in the gap, it's right. 3-1, now he's prepared to risk it. So it's not a great risk. Is it necessary yet? Yeah, so that's the 3, and then we can play 1 at the back if we want to. So yeah, he'd like Jamie to break his board a bit more before he starts any risking slotting plays. So now perhaps we can slot, because 1-4, 1-5, 1-4, 1-3, he won't dare to hit us, I don't think. The 2-1, clear the point and don't leave any blots. The double 3, he's made the 6 prime. 8-5 twice is the right idea, I think. So sometimes it's right to break the other point and play 7-4 twice, but that would have left all Radu's builders on the 4 point, so it's very inflexible. So the play he made was automatic and correct. So here's the trap play coming into its own. So Jamie's forced to run. and Radu might be able to attack, but Jamie's still got a 4-point board, so I don't think he'll want to hit loose. 4-1, Jamie's still not out, but he's moving his other check around, so the gammon risk is going down every roll. He's forced to slot, so being hit is very far from fatal. So 5-2 can't play safely. He's taking 2 off. That's going to win more gammons when he's missed, and going to win more games when he's hit. So Radu's got 9 left, so he must have 6 off. And I would make the 11 here. Just make sure that you're minimizing your gammon losses. The danger in this position is that you try too hard to win, and you end up getting yourself gammoned from a position where it shouldn't really happen at all. Okay, so what were we saying? 6 off. And so it wasn't automatic. He could have taken 1 off. So 6 off to none is the score at the moment. So 6 to 2, double 2 comes in. So 6 to 5. Now I think Jamie has 10 left now. Yeah, so that's good play and automatic. So always take a checker off with a 1 and try and fill the gaps. I think Jamie's got 9 to 7. 6-6 wins. And so those are the first 2 ones. So it is possible to. Jamie needs to roll 2 consecutive doubles. There's the first one. And he needs Radu to miss in the interim. That would have been a harsh game to lose. Now that one I rather thought Jamie mishandled it, so if I remember correctly, he tried too hard to win and got himself stuck in this awful 2-point game, and he shouldn't have taken the cube, I think, when he was doubled. Okay, so 3 away, 5 away. The rest is, everything else is history. So 5-3 is what Mochi calls one of the naturals. So 3-1, 4-2, 5-3, 6-1, 6-5 are rolls that the best play is right at almost every score. So Radu ran with a 6-5, so Jamie should split with a 6 and bring the 2 down from the midpoint is correct. So 5-4 is not a good number. You can hit with the 5. So 13-9, 6-1 would be one play. Or just running all the way 24-15 is another idea. So 1s and 3s to hit, 6s to anchor, or 1 hits. We could play 18-14. That looks a good play. So we don't want to leave white a good 6 from the bar. So that was the only good one. Now we got to roll 3 or 4 to hit him back. 3, 6, we don't have the good 6. So you have to save the blot on the 14. So Radu still doesn't have any new points. So 15 to 6. And he's looking at this play, so that's right to look at it, and I think it's the right play as well. So the 3-5 and the double 5 are blocked, and 6-4 is a good number anyway. So he's created an extra builder at a very small risk. And so that's I'm not clear about. I think that's wrong. So it's shortened the zone of contact. It's allowed Radu to play safely behind the anchor. Okay, so 9 and 4. What else do you do? I guess he's counting the race to figure out what his strategy should be. So 5-3, 13-5 looks like the only play. So it's up to Radu to decide if he wants to double this position. So actually Jamie's quite keen to take this. So winning 2 points will take him to Crawford. So that would be very good for him. So given the fact he's got an anchor, he's not going to get gammoned very much and not going to pass. So I think Radu should wait here. I mean, if Radu is 5 away, so if he misses his market and gets to 4 away, he shouldn't be too upset. Winning 2 points and getting to 3 away is no great achievement. So what these arguments are showing is that you should wait and you don't mind too much when you miss your market. So it's Radu is an odd number of points away, so he would like to win 1 point to get to an even number away. So the first point he wins is worth slightly more than normal, and the second point he wins is slightly less than normal. 3-4, that's a nice play. So it's arranging the builders with 0 shots. 6-3 can't run, so 2 and 5. So Jamie's just hoping for a double 2, double 4 to get his back checkers up to a more reasonable position. So 6-2, he can try and prime or he can play safe. Yeah, so it's a good prime, but there is some risk involved. So this isn't clear to me, to be honest. Difficult game to lose either way. I would probably, being a coward, I would probably leave 0 shots.
Sorry?
What a roll. If I was
So 4-1, 2 and 7.
I don't know if it's correct or not.
So the 8 point doesn't have a lot of value once you've made the 2. So Radu's still trying to clear this midpoint. And 6-5 is very ugly. So this looks like a shot. So 13-2 looks best. That looks like minimum shots and minimum blots. So this is, actually it's less shots. This is 12, the other way was 13 because you were leaving 4-6. Yeah, so it certainly looks easier to bring that one home than struggle to save the checker on the midpoint. However, the positive bit with this is he's got the extra point in board when the hitting starts. So there's the hit. And 7-5, I think, is clear here. That saves 2 shots. 1-6 and 3-4 you don't want to get hit by. Okay, 1, 2, 4 to make the 4 points. So I think Black's plan is he should make the 4 points before he tries to make his escape with the back checkers. But having done that, I think now it's time for 22-20. There's not going to be a better time to get the back checkers moving, especially if you wait for white to come in. The longer you stay there, the bigger the risk that you'll get double 5 or double 6, and you'll have to break your board. So this play, I'm sure, is right. So 1 and hits. Now 1 good number for Jamie should probably win the match. So 3, 4. So he can hit, right? So it's not a bad number. So Radu's the one under pressure. 1, 5. He likes the 1, but he doesn't like the 5. I think you should play 6 to 1 here. I think the idea of dismantling your blockade and giving him a hitting 6. 1, 6, 3, 6, and what are the other ones? 1. Quite a few ones. But I think Radu's all in here, so he's if he avoids being gammoned and just loses a single, he's 8-4 down, so that's 16%. So I think it was a very good bold play on his part. So the 4 really isn't clear, so I can understand Jamie taking his time on this one. So I think maybe 12-8. So his double 6 is forced to hit you, and you get some shots back. Three 1 is great shot, save all the blots. 6, 5, we can't escape, so it's 11-2, so 13-2 is forced. Yeah, so nice play by Jamie, looking at whether he wants to stay on the bar. 4-1, he's not out, so the prime is breaking. So now we want to come out with any 4 or 6. 2-1. Want to hit? I guess so. So Jamie needs a 4 or a 6 here. Shouldn't worry about the 5. That will come eventually. Right, so that solves all the priming problems in one go. And carry on with one of those. So he's just having a look to see if there's anything better. But there is nothing close. So the other play would be to bring one down round to the 6 point, which is just useless. So Radu's in, but he still needs a 6. So now Jamie needs a 3. So the position is whoever gets their number first wins, but if no one does, Radu's game will collapse. In. Tough choice with the 2. Not a lot of equity swing. So 6-5, it's going to be good whether it hits or not. Now I don't really like going to the 4 point because that duplicates our 3 as the entering number and hitting number. So this might well be right, but I don't think there's much of an equity swing on it. Double 2. Okay, so we hit. Come in. So he's liking this rather than switching. Okay, so we go back to wanting 3 and Radu's wanting 6. Yeah, so this I don't like. I was kind of thinking you need to switch here and play 4-3 twice. Figure out what else to do. So 3-1, he's in. And now 6-5 is clearly positive. The gain here is if white rolls 6-4. He's not getting past you with a hit. Okay, so now Jamie's looking for 5s. He's got a 5. Always seems to get the number before Radu. So Radu's had a lot of time to get his 6. Yeah, so again we stay back. It's 6-4 or 6-5 are the swing numbers. 4-3 is a collapse. So now Jamie can start thinking of doubling. I don't think he's there yet or close to it. I think that was right. Oh, there's a 1-6. Wow. And now it's Jamie's turn to fan. So how far can Radu get round? 5 is brilliant. So now the gammon is on. So yeah, I thought it was right for Jamie to hit on the 1 point, but I'd certainly have thought a bit about deciding, making sure I was right. Okay, so big decision. Do we need to hit? I think not, and he thinks not. So yes, we've got enough back to win the gammon. I think there's no hitting goes on. 2-3, anything that is 100% safe. So 2 off the 3 point, 2 checkers off the 3 point would be my play. I don't think clearing the 4 is particularly bad, but yeah, so that's 100% safe. That's not 100% safe. He came in, which is not what he wanted, so the crossover is essential. So it looks like Radu is just going to routinely win a gammon here. So Jamie has to protect against the backgammon, but he knows enough to do that automatically. No, Jamie almost had this one. It was just snatched away from him by the 1-6. But having said that, the game was up in the air for a very long time. Okay, so now Jamie's got to remember to move his last checker out, but pretty confident he'll think of that. Okay, so Radu gets a gammon that makes it 8-6 Crawford. So I talked about this score in the very last match. So
Yes, that was an interesting game.
gammons aren't worth very much at all for anyone here. The backgammon is actually very valuable for Jamie. So I had this score against Mitchie in the London Open, and he started with 4-1 and slotted the 5 point. On the basis that losing gammons didn't cost him anything. And the computer says this is an error because getting another checker sent back is not only going to lose more gammons, but more backgammons, which are super costly. So even on roll 1, the computer is saying that you have to take a bit of care when your opponent's 3 away from winning. So Jamie, on the other hand, couldn't care less about being gammon, so I think he should have slotted. I think that actually wins more games. So 2-2, we just want to win the game. So this is not the best play. I think just 4-11 is normally right. I can't see this as being an exception. Yeah, so this is a defensive play. So if it was gammon go for blue, then making the 20 point would be right. This is a play that's right if your opponent's made the 5 point, but here you're kind of putting yourself in a position so he can prime you. The problem was if blue rolls a 4, then he makes this 9 point, which is the best blocking point against the anchor you picked. 3-4 is brilliant. That makes the 20 point. And now it's clear that Jamie has an advantage in this game. So he's got a more advanced anchor and better chances of priming Radu. So 4-1, just 13-8. You don't always have to do something very dramatic. Bring a builder in, wait for the right roll to make a good point. Double 4. I was thinking that was the best roll. So 13-9 3 times. I think it's clear. Maybe 13-9 twice and 20-16 twice. But we want to make the 9 point. That is our number one objective here. So maybe 13-9 3 times and 6-2. Now this is strange. And I think Jamie should be making the 9 point as his number one priority. And just to look at two other plays that ignore it doesn't seem to me a very wise strategy. He's going back and going to look at another alternative. Right, so he's looking at the 9 point. So if you do this, then 6-2 seem to be the follow-up. Yeah, so this is, in my mind, one of the best plays. So now as blue, we've kind of got a free chance to roll a good number to make another blocking point. So that does. So he takes his time, but sensibly makes the 4 point. So now we can see the problem with this pesky 3 point anchor that Radu set himself up with. So now Jamie shouldn't be scared of running off the anchor. Yeah, so he's waiting, and this is okay if he can run next time. So as long as Jamie doesn't roll some 1-4 combination, he's doing fine. So 3-6. So we come out with the 6 and decide what you want to do with the 3. I mean, a good way of judging these positions is to say, how good is your blockade at the bottom of the board, and is it going to get stronger or weaker with time? And at the moment, you've got maximum strength. So if you're going to make a run off the anchor, now is the time to do it. So just kind of take an overview of the board and say, what's the good point in our game and what's the bad point? And the good point is we've got this good prime against his anchor. So we have to keep that above all else. Right, so I think that's a good play. And I think we have to hit him. Whatever the consequences of this, that we have to keep him back behind the prime. So that's the best two, I think, that you don't want that blot being hit later on. So 5-2, a fantastic shot. So that gets Radu back in the game. So now the priming threat has disappeared. So 4-1, we make the 11 point and then just shift 2-1. So now if I was Jamie, I would be having a look at the pip count and seeing, do we need to keep Radu restrained or do we just want to get term safety? So 40, 70, 94, 94 for blue, 40, 58, 88, 98, 99. So 94, 99 with 5 pips up. So it's not clear whether you want to keep him blocked. So I think you roll the dice and see what you get. So small numbers, you'll keep the block. Big numbers, you'll go for the race. And this is a small number. So maybe clear the bar point here. Yeah, so the alternative would be 4-1 and 4-3. But Makes it harder to put Humpty Dumpty back together again when we ultimately have to break the points. Okay, 5-2. That's not a good roll. So maybe 1 and 2. Maybe we keep the blockade for a bit longer. So you can clear the 11 point, but white is itching for an opportunity to run. So I don't like this. I wouldn't have liked giving him the chance to run. So often in these positions, you don't want to run because of the gammon risk, but the score is saying you aren't scared at all. You just want to get into the race as soon as you can. So 6-4, yeah, so you slot and cover, and then decide if you want to attack him when he runs with 1 next time. So 4-2 has to run. Pretty confident about this. So breaking your board is normally wrong. So the problem with this board breaking play is you avoid the immediate danger, but blue's more keen to hit you later on when he's only facing a 5-point board. So 3-5, he seems to be keen to go with both. Jamie is going for the race. Jamie's about 60, not his age, his pip count. So Radu's running to get round, and Jamie's trying to get as many off before Radu starts sparing off. So 5 and 3 off, so that's 3 off, I believe. 2-1 is the worst. It looks like Jamie's good favourite now, so that's 4 off to 0. 3-1 is still right at the low end of expectations. 2 more off, so 6 off to 0. Finally, Radu gets 1 off, so Jamie has 9 left, 14. Only 1 off, so now he has 8 left, 14. 2 off, 8 left, 12. So provided he doesn't miss, that's good. So 6 to 10, 6 to 12. So yeah, this is a near certainty for blue now. Six to 10. Right, so 1 point to Jamie. So now we are post Crawford. So Jamie should double at the very first opportunity. And I talked about this score the last match, that Radu should take if he has better than 50% winning chances.
Top up. There's a top up. Yeah. Top up.
I'm okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Thank you.
Nuts.
It's falling. It's on the floor.
Oh, is it?
Okay, so I'm looking at the time. So Radu's got almost 8 minutes and Jamie's got 4 minutes, but 4 minutes to play 1 game is not a problem at all. So 3-1 makes the 5 point, and Radu should drop if he's doubled, unless he gets something good like double 3 or double 6. So 4-3 is useless. So double pass is right here. Yeah, so one could argue that blue was too good to double, but certainly it's more an academic point. Right, so 8-8 DMP. Everyone understands that. So 5-1, small edge for Radu, very small edge. No, it's not a great roll, 5-1. 3-2 does nothing. I would split with the 3 and come down. Not clear that you come down. There's another player. Just bringing 2 checkers up isn't too bad because you leave a few indirects this way, like 9s and 10s. But having had a lot of experience playing DMP games, one thing stuck in my mind is that the game swings backwards and forwards many more times than you think. So don't get depressed when you get to be underdog for a while, because you're going to have a period where you're favourite for a while before he rolls his lucky number and starts winning again. Okay, so 4 is clear. It's 13 to 9. It's getting a new builder. And do we want another builder? Do we want? I don't think we want to come up 24, 21. The other player, I think, maybe would have been 8 to 5 to slot. So 4-3 doesn't escape, but it does make a new blocking point. So Jamie is now hoping for a good roll to make a new point. So 5-2 makes the 4 point, not the 5-1 that makes the 5 point he wanted, or the 4-1. But the 4 point is better than nothing. So 4-6 is a very big roll. So Radu completes what he can with his prime, and the last 6 he tries to get away. So Jamie has to hit, and he can hit either way here. So I think he makes the bar. So he has his first plan is to stop this checker escaping, and it's not going very far with this. However, it is at the edge of the prime, so Radu's threatening to jump out with a 6. So 3-3 we would like. 5-1, I think you have to hit him. You have to stop him escaping with a 6 and winning that way. So where blue would like this white checker, we definitely don't want him on the 5 point, so we'll hit him there with no matter what happens. We would like him on the 1 or the 2 point where he's prime. So if he comes in there, we'll leave him there. Now the 3 point is kind of in between, so it's not a great point to escape. So why that one? That seems a useless one. I would have played 13-12. Not that either of them are particularly good, but this one does seem to be particularly bad. 6-4 bans. So that's far from decisive. 6-5. I think we have to cover the blot before we start moving out. That's not 100% clear. So what happens with 21-10? I think that's just too bold. Yeah, so cover, he seems to agree with me. Yeah, so it's not at all 100% clear. So maybe you keep your blockade and you do play 21-10. Yeah, so the 13-7 was the bit of this play that we didn't like. 2-3, so he comes up. So now Jamie has to hit. So he wants 1, 2, and 3 or 5. He's got a 6-4 is useless. So just make the 2 point. Can't see any other play. So Radu has jumped the prime. So that leaves 5-6. Is that essential? Not a very big risk, is it? So 5, I think we have to come out here. Okay, so that's good preparation. So make the 5 point board so we have a threat when we start exposing our back checkers. 6-4, come to the 5 is not perfect. So again with a 5, Jamie should jump out. So 6-6, it's only one play. The blue is still ready to win when he hits. Okay, so that's good. That looks bad. That looks very bad. So he's looked at an immediate shot, and he's also kept the point 6 away from the anchor. So now he's got to clear that point, and he hasn't. So now if Jamie rolls a 4, he is right back in this game. Okay, so only 2 shots, 4-6, and no 4. 1, so he's still not home. So 4-3. So maybe finally Radu will finish with shots for this turn. 2-2, so he's in. That's good. Then maybe take 1 checker off, so 5-3-1. Okay, so we can't get any off. Sorry about that. Right, so doesn't really matter now if Jamie comes in or not. So he has to jump, I think, despite it's tempting to make the 1 point. There's no shot leaving numbers, so if you stay back, danger is you will some 1-2 combination and have to break your board next time. So 2-1, not a good roll. But taking 2 off, that still looks 100% safe. And now he can close the board if he wants to. 6-1 is off, 2 off, so that gives him 4 off. But now he's got some bad numbers. Is 6-2, 5-2, 4-4, 5-6. So that's 7 numbers. 2 is not a good start. So 5-2, you have to clear that point and take it off. Yep. So Radu's got 10 left, so he must have 5 off. So there's the 2-1. So now you see why Jamie needed that extra checker out. 5-5, that's gin in my book.
Thank you very much.
Right, so thank you all very much for watching. I think this is the last match I will be commenting on in the weekend. So I hope you've enjoyed the commentary I've done so far. And I wish any of you who are playing all the best in the tournament. So thanks very much and have a good weekend for the rest of the time.
So we survive both.
Sorry?
No problem, we survive both.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're still in. I think.
No. Okay, thank you very much. And
That was great.
good luck in them. I hope.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe I've still got a life, so where there's hope. Nice one. Okay.
Probably I will have the PR soon because someone transferred.
Oh, I don't want to know that.
I will know. Okay. Okay, it's everything here. Thank you.
Yes. Who's commenting on it? Is it Julian? Oh well, I know Jules.
turn this on. Yeah, then they can hear.
Okay, so that's the Okay, so hello, folks. I hope everyone can hear me. This is Pete Heskett. I will be your commentator for this match in round 7 of the UK Open in the Masters. Connor Dickinson versus Rich Carter. Two of the UK's most improved players, I would say. Very strong players and having a great run in the tournament so far. One of the reasons why I'm doing the commentary now is that I'm actually undefeated on 6, so I've got the title of the smuggest man in the tournament so far. So I will now turn to the commentating on the match. So Rich has a double 2 here. He's moving up and making the 11 point. Seems like a smart option, making 2 points rather than just 1. Connor has a 4-2. So obviously, you know, there's the option to split here. He could consider bringing one down. I mean, personally, I don't really like splitting to the 20 point here because you're coming under the gun. So this is a tricky roll for Connor. He can also slot the bar with this roll. He's having a think about it. Yeah, tempted by the split. Hello to everyone in the chat. Mrs. Bubbles. Hello, Denise. Lovely to have you. Hi, Mark. Nice to see you there. Bernard, sorry to disappoint you by not being Tobias, but I will do my very best. So Connor did do the big split there, and he is going to get, I imagine, by Rich hitting with a 6. I mean, it's not pointing on, but he can hit 2 checkers here, which looks to me like the obvious play. Yeah, he does that. 2 on the bar is better by far, people like to say. So Connor enters with 1. I don't think we've got a cube yet, so Rich is rolling. 5-2, so we need to make the ace point here. One of the great themes in Dirk Schieman's new book about to hit or not is how often when you've hit, you know, early in the game and you've left a blot on the ace pot, it's very often correct to make the ace point from an equity point of view. So here, Connor has danced, and I believe we should be sending the cube at this point. Rich has got the stronger board. And the question is, does Connor have a take? So refuses that. Okay, I would have thought about it for a little longer, but kind of felt very sure there about the pass. So Rich takes the lead, 1-0, 8 away, 9 away. Obviously, at this score, in a 9-point match, from Rich's perspective, this is beautiful from a cube perspective. What's he do? What's going on here? Some fun and games from Connor there, threatening to slot twice with 3-1. Rich responds with 6-1. He's also having a little bit of a laugh. Fun and games for those on the stream. So 6-4 is going to run. Autoplay from Connor. Rich wants to roll a 2 now. He doesn't. So this is tricky. He's got to play 2 down really here. He's got the option of hitting on the ace point, but we could be getting into a priming battle, so this is the safer play. 6-3 from Connor doesn't hit. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays this. He's going to bring the 6 down and the 3 down. So yeah, we've got a classic priming, sort of early priming situation here. Great roll for Rich, 3-1. Beautiful, he's got the back of the prime slotted. 5-2 from Connor, he has to move up here. Oh, he's trying to do an illegal play. Always great to see. So he has to step up with the 2 here. He's got to threaten that blot on the 9 point. Yeah, I actually like this play of safetying the block because, you know, we could be getting into some fun and games on this side of the board and you don't want to be weak on both sides of the board. So 6-4 should be pointing on here, although he does have the option of making the prime as well. Actually, yeah, I should have seen that. The priming play is very strong. think here with the 6, I mean, as tempting as it is to split, I think he's making the correct play here. So we sort of secured our position from a prime perspective, and splitting to the bar point would have been brutal with Connor rolling double 6. So very interesting position here. Oh, and that's a beautiful roll for Rich. Double 2 is just what they call the nuts, at least in these neck of the woods. Good to see Lawrence in the chat. Hey, Lawrence. Hi, Alex. Great to have you join us from sunny LA. I assume it's sunny LA. So what's happened here? Connor's rolled 5-6. Yeah, this is just ugly. Make the ace point. So I think we need to be seeing a cube here. It's an aggressive cube, but Rich has the advantage. I mean, any 6 is a massive market loser, and probably hitting with a 4 as well. Question is, would Connor have a take? Oh, he rolls on. So Rich has improved his situation with that roll. And I just think, from Connor's perspective, it's going to be very, very difficult to take a cube now. I think Rich may have missed his market there. But if anyone's transcribing in the chat, they can pull me up on my observations here. I'm flying blind, commentating naked. So the sun has just come up in LA. That's good news for everyone in LA. I hate to disappoint everyone, but the sun is not coming up in the West Midlands in the UK right now. Okay, Rich finds the cube, and I'd be very surprised if Connor's taking this. I mean, the difficulty here is that, like, really, how do you win from here from Connor's perspective? You only win if Rich rolls a sort of an ugly double 4, but if he rolls double 4, he can point on and have the stronger board. So yeah, this is a clear pass, I believe. So Rich moves to 7 away, 9 away. Personally, I would have liked 2 points there, or 4 points, to keep to an even away score. So 4-1 splits and comes down. One of the weakest opening rolls you can have from next to perspective. Double 1. You should split to the 22 point here. Very good. Rich knows this, an autoplay. Yes, indeed, Alex. Very funny. So what's this? I've missed Connor 6-1. Yeah, he's making the bar. So Rich wants to roll a 6 or a combination. They're offset 4-1. Very interesting. So because Connor's strong on the other side and is threatening to extend his prime, it feels to me like a double hit is an option we cannot discount here. Rich is not going to take it though. Okay, he moves up and gets thoroughly punished. Double 2 is Connor's best roll, puts 2 on the bar, and I think if Rich only enters 1 here, we're going to see a cube, or we should be seeing a cube. And I think this is a very difficult cube to take. Connor's got 10 in the zone, he's got 1 on the bar, he's got the rack. But even though Rich has got a strong position on his side of the board, I think this is a tough one to take, especially when you're 2 ahead. It's very gammonish position. Any opinions in the chat on the cube action here? Post them in and we can discuss. Okay, Rich now has the tricky decision about whether to take or pass. And Rich pretty quickly passes. Yeah, that felt to me like a very gammonish situation. So I think Rich got punished there for not, taking the initiative away from Connor by doing the double hit. But again, without the XG feed, we will not know. Or 2, the second best opening roll for Rich. Second best only to 3-1, obviously. Double 1, he's going to make the bar and the 5 point. So again, we've got a sort of early priming battle taking shape for both players. By 4, 2 down. 4-3. Okay, so this is an interesting one. We have the option to sort of to leave 3 blots here by bringing 2 down from the midpoint. We also have the option to split. I mean, personally, I think I would play the 2 down here. You know, I don't really want to step under the gun by splitting to the 20 point here. And you know, you give lots of fly shots by leaving the 3 blots, but if you don't get hit, you know, your priming options are you're going to make, you know, the 4 point or the 3 point here. So 4-6 doesn't hit, which is going to make the 2 point. So Connor is currently winning the priming battle here, I imagine, depending on this roll. Yeah. So interesting here, the decision about whether or not to split. So he should be obviously making the 8 point. If he splits, he's giving Rich, obviously with now a sort of more blitzing position, the option to blitz him. So I'm not sure I would be splitting here. Tricky decision. You know, Rich has the stronger board. I don't know if, you know, probably need to be thinking about the race as well at this point. Yeah. Okay. 6-5 should just make the 3 point. So if Connor had split, he would have got mega punished here. I'm not sure if we can cube this yet. Oh, Connor is though. He's feeling very confident that he's going to roll a 4 or a double 4 or something here, I think. Rich snaps it up, a scoop, as they say. 6-3. So this is, I think, yeah, I like this play. Giving lots of spares to extend the prime. 4-2, so interesting decision again here about splitting or not. This is what happens with these priming battles. You get into this sort of jeopardy kind of decisions about splitting. Now with a stronger board, obviously Rich should feel more confident about splitting. And I think if you're going to split, I probably would play the more conservative 8-4 here, just to sort of clean up any blots on our side, even though we would be using that to make the 5 point. Yeah, he chooses not to split because obviously it gives tons of great rolls to Connor. Connor makes the 4 point, extends his prime. Rich is wishing that he splitted now, and so he has to split with the 1 now. He's got to just come in with the 5 and then split. Yeah, good play, Rich. So 4-3. I think is just going to bring 2 down here. If you bring 2 down and don't get hit with, what is it, 2-6 and 1-6, and obviously any 1 makes the outside prime. You've got 6-2 to make the 3 point. You know, you got lovely rolls like, so, oh, interesting. He's going to leave a good 1. Rich hits. So here, yeah, I think you come down with a 5. Okay, dance from Connor. So Rich is desperate for a 1 or a 2. Oh, and as we say again, that is the nuts. So at this score, you have to be very, very, very careful with recubes. But obviously, Rich rolls a 6 here, which you can't see that other dice there. It's hidden underneath a little bar that we have on the commentary feed here. So I can see the 1, I can't see the other part of the roll. I assume it's not a 3-1 because he would be making the 5 point. So yeah, I assume this is a 2-1. If it is 2-1, and I'm speculating here on what the role might or might not be. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like this. If you're giving yourself sort of some great numbers to make the 5 point. Oh, good shot from Connor. He comes out. I think Connor just became the favourite again. Well, you say that, and it's the curse of the commentator. So, I mean, this should just be coming all the way around, and then. Actually, interesting. We did have the option to bring 2 in because if Connor hits here, it's taken the cube away from Rich. So maybe he played that a bit quick, and maybe I thought about it a bit too quick. But he doesn't get hit, and so this is going to be a recube and a pass, I believe. So personally, I would just fling it here. But Rich is taking his time, and it is a big cube, so worth taking your time. And I personally don't see how Connor can take this. But maybe he is more of a gambler than I or those watching know. I mean, we're down in the race here. We're stuck on the ace point. You know, tons of numbers for Rich make the 5 point, which is really the only weakness in his position at the moment. And maybe in doing that could leave a shot. But, you know, I mean, it's a very, very, very difficult cube to take this. Obviously, Connor doesn't want to give away 2 points. It's reducing his match-winning chances, but his match-winning chances at 8 away, 5 away are a lot better than they are at 8 away, 3 away. Nice to see Simon in the chat. Hello, matey. How are you doing? Guess the PRs. Anyone on the chat want to get involved in that? I'm feeling very exposed as the commentator to guess the PRs. Come on, Simon, help us out. So yeah, kind of passes there. Rich moves to 4-1, 5 away, 8 away. Still very efficient from a cube perspective here for Connor. So Rich needs to be very careful about early cubing here. You know, kind of generally needs to be 1 roll better than he would in a normal sort of match score situation with an early game cube. 3-2, we don't like that much. I would split with the 2 and come down with the 3, I think is my instinct play here. Yep. That's what Connor agrees with. 6-5, lovely for Rich. He can just make the bar point and bring 1 down. This is exactly the kind of game that Rich wants to get into here. Look at the score. 3-1. I mean, personally, I think I would. I mean, we do have the option of the anchor, but I think I'd bring 1 down and slot the 5 point. But he's going to make the anchor. Okay, interesting. 6-1. Well, making the anchor gave Rich an awkward roll. I mean, this should just be making the bar. It's his only option, really. So Connor wants to roll a 6 here. 6-3 would be nice. He doesn't. So interesting here. I think I'm slotting the 5 point and bringing the 4 down, or you could also slot the 4 point. Maybe that's the better play here. Yeah, we always assume we're now in a sort of mutual holding games. That, you know, these kind of games are simpler. People say that they like them at things like BMAP and all that sort of stuff, but I would argue that you often get lots of tricksy little decisions in these games, much more than we give credit for. So 2-1, Rich can make the 10 point here, blocking 6s for Connor. And with Connor's slotted 2 points, I believe that is probably the stronger play here than just playing whatever it would be, 9-7. Good play, Rich. My sense of humour is worse than Paul Weaver's. Thank you, Simon. So what happened here? 4-1 for Connor. What's the... Okay, he's making the board. Yep. Strong play. I keep on... Rich is rolling into a space where I'm having some of the dice blocked because of a little sort of mini bar that we have, which says talking commentators. Okay, so I can see it on the other feed. It's 6-2. So, okay, 6-2. We don't really want to be leaving a shot now that Connor has made that 6-5-4 strong board. So I think we've got to play... Oh, he's doing this. He's not leaving any shots. I would have considered playing the 13-11 to give us more numbers to make the 5 point there. But Rich went for the ultra conservative play. So Connor just remakes the 8 point. Got a strong kind of is it offensive or defensive position here. So 4-3 should just make the 3 point. Nothing complicated here. Good play, Rich. Four 6 is going to slot the 3 point. Played. We're going to have some chat here, commenting on Rich's tats. Don't think Connor has any tattoos, so we have a heavily tattooed man versus a non-tattooed man in the match. I don't know what that means. You guys can speculate on that. Rich had to play a slightly awkward 4-5 there, slotting the 2 point and the 1 point. And this is where these more sort of mature mutual holding games where we get lots of tricksy little plays and pray for a big double, which Rich doesn't get. So here, I would make the 1 point and the 2 point, I think, or we have the option of breaking the 8 as well. But yeah, this is my auto play and Rich agrees. 5-1 for Connor. So this should just make the 2 point. You know, it leaves a shot, but the 5 point board is allegedly a strong asset in a game of backgammon. Yes, the tattoos match the contours of the beautiful Artgammon streaming board. Yeah, good point, Mark. Blue's very stripped. 4-2 doesn't hit, so I think here you've just got to break the, what is that, the 10 point. No other play here. Unless you're mental. So 4-2 for Connor. Yeah, this is just going to go to the 2 point. Ugly, but necessary. 2-1. Okay, so this is an interesting detail one. Obviously, the auto play here is 6-3, but if we play 6-3, we are leaving some awkward numbers next time. The problem if we don't play this is like, what else are we going to play? So Rich seeks to strengthen his board. And, you know, big logic for that, given that Connor may be leaving a shot next. So Connor makes the ace point very quickly. I think that's the correct play. Doesn't break either of his kind of his anchor or his holding point. 3-1 for Rich, and this is where I was getting to with that point about making the 3 point. It leaves you some very awkward numbers. So he's going to have to leave a shot here, and the question is, what is the least bad play that we can play? And this 3-1 is very dirty and very ugly indeed. Yeah, I like that. I like the commentary in the chat about making the 5 point. Okay, so he plays to the 3. Hey, Marion. No. Why not? Thanks, mate. So, guys, for those of you who've been very bored by my chat so far, we're going to be having the superstar of online backgammon commentary, Merrin Rose, joining us, and she's bringing alcohol, which is good news for all of us, I believe. So I'm not sure it's Rich. Okay, Connor's thinking about a cube here. Okay, this is very interesting. He's down in the score. And I guess there are some gammons here. I think the tricky thing about this is that with the open 4-point, or the unmade 4-point at least, it's tough, like you can hit and you can still, your opponent can enter with a 4. You're still not guaranteed to win from here. So I think, I think if the match score was a bit more desperate, we could have been considering a cube there. But, Connor's got an awkward 6-1. He plays 13-6. I would have thought about that a bit longer, but it's probably right. Great shot for Rich. He makes the 5-point. And now, this is interesting, depending on Connor's role here. If he leaves a shot, then, Rich can start thinking about the cube. He doesn't. 6-5 is just going to play to the 2-point. Hello, mate. Reese Hodges is joining us in the chat. Again, hopefully the quality of insight is going to demonstrably improve now. Welcome, Reese. You want to say hello to everyone?
Hi, everybody.
Joining us for what is known as the Hodgie Heskett Show.
I'm qualified for commentary.
How did you get on in your match against Arif?
Well, obviously I lost.
Okay.
But I did do a banana split.
Oh, a bananas split, as we learned this morning. So this morning, everyone, we had a lecture from Kent Goulding, who claimed to invent the term, I believe, and said that it's actually a bananas split, not a banana singular split, because of the alleged craziness of doing it. So what happened here? I've been chatting so much, I've lost track of the match. I don't know who's cubed you. Who are you?
The richest cubed Connor.
Okay, I mean,
I think
I like this cube. Just you got pick and passes, you got 5s and 3s. It's a ballsy cube, the score, but this is a good, this is nice. It could get gammonish, and obviously 4 points is great, 1 point is great. How do you feel about this, Reese?
I'm just sitting on the fence. I guess you have to pass it, right?
Yeah, doesn't feel good. I mean, you're down in the race. So much hits. I mean, Rich does have some crappy rolls here. I suppose like a 6-1 or something would leave a shot back. Wow, Connor was playing a 1 PR and Rich is on a 10. Okay, yeah. Connor rejects the cube and we move to 4-away, 8-away. So Rich is a huge favourite here. And this is a really interesting score from cube action perspective, because obviously, from Rich's perspective, a doubled gammon wins in the match. But from Connor's perspective, 8 points is very, very juicy indeed.
Yeah, so normally at 4-away, you're just going to cube aggressively, but we're kind of at the point now where you do need a decent amount of wins to back it up, so that you don't get those 4 cubes coming back.
And that is the kind of insights that we like to have Reese in the chat for, in the commentary. So double 6, normally a beautiful opening roll, and I think it's pretty good here because you can just make the bar and then bring the other checker around. I don't know if I'd be going mental here and hitting on the 1 point.
Maybe if the scores were reversed.
Yeah.
You would consider it, but here Rich is quite happy just to lock up a lot of wins.
Yeah.
Just solidify his advantage.
Nice. Double 5, wow. So Connor has to hit on the 1 point and make the 3 point here, right? I don't really feel got much other option.
Yeah. And probably a dance here. Connor's going to have to think.
Which he doesn't. I don't think we're hitting with the ace here, are we? It would be feels like it's a bit raw. If you do, though, I don't know, it duplicates 4s to hit back, but I personally am playing 8-7 here. How about you, G2?
I think that 8-7 does make sense.
I mean,
Rich is outboarded and probably still up in the race. But you can see why he's thinking about it, because 6-5 feels automatic. But he's kind of... Okay, he's going for it.
Going for it. Yeah, interesting decision. Connor's now having a cheeky thing.
Yeah, so I don't think you can cube this when, even if you roll something pretty great like a 5-4, maybe he would double hit, but then Rich has a lot of chances just to come in and hit back anyway.
Connor's feeling it though.
He's
he knows he's going to roll a 5 or a 4.
Coming.
Indeed, that's the role of a confident man.
So he would have lost the market if Rich dances, but doesn't happen too often. See?
Interesting. So we're not altogether happy about this. It's blue.
Yeah, Connor's feeling pretty good about that cube.
Yeah, great. Is it very wrong to think about playing 8-2 here, Reese?
I don't think so. Only because then,
I mean,
you would have two feet down for an anchor. But I think this is probably fine. It dupes 2s.
okay.
Double 6 is not actually very good, is it?
Yeah. He's going to have to slot the 2 point and bring 2 down, I think, right?
I think he would choose to roll again.
Yeah.
He could. Okay. Got a 7.
Oh,
it gets it.
It's the nuts again. That's the third nuts we've had on this stream so far.
So pretty much no gams now.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to count the race here. Which, having played doubles with Reese in Stockholm, I know he's a lot better at than I am.
It's 132 for Rich and 50, 18, 98. 108 for Connor.
Okay, so he should probably be coming out here, right?
And that was before the roll as well, so it's 100 afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to make the board. I mean, having a stronger board in a position that's going to get a bit hitty probably is not a bad thing.
Yeah, it doesn't feel obvious.
Yeah.
Coming out probably just wins more there.
Yeah.
Because if you do get hit, get returns.
But that's the thing. Rich doesn't want to get into a hitting contest here, does he? What's going on in the stream?
Yeah, I'm normally quite quick with the pit counting, but that position, a lot of the references I use to count, made that position fairly easy.
So Reese is that good that he doesn't just have cube references; he has racing count references.
Just stuff that comes up a lot, like so for Connor's position, like the midpoint and the lone check on the 24 is 50.
Yeah,
like just remembering stuff like that.
Hey, Marion. So we're going to have what I could inappropriately call a 3-way on the commentary.
For that, Pete. Just
especially with no drinks.
Just settle down.
This is a PG stream.
We did have Jason Pack obviously sending some fruity language on the stream the other night, which we got called up on.
Okay, so he stays back and he builds the board.
So this is Richard's roll, right? 6-3. I think.
Quite happy just to break the mid, right?
Exactly. I think we've got to keep the 14 is the stronger point here to keep, isn't it? So,
yeah, and you get a much better distribution.
Yeah.
After that point.
Yeah, exactly. 13-7 is much nicer than playing 14-8.
Okay, so I'm just catching up. So in round 7 of the main, 5-1-9. Okay.
So Richard's holding a 2 cube here. Connor is ahead in the race. Okay, so he's rolled a 6-4. We have the interesting option about whether or not to run here. I mean, given the racing lead, surely this has got to be the play.
Yeah.
Like Rich has to hit really. He really doesn't want to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, he rolls 4-1. So I think we've got to make the 10
right?
point. Yeah, and just pray that Connor doesn't roll a 1.
Yeah.
The dice gods are being kind to Rich Carter today. So this is interesting from kind of, does he enter with a 2 or enter with a 5? I mean, if you're ahead in the race, why not enter with the 5? I suppose you're giving Rich all of those good pointing on numbers, of which there are 16, I think. But yeah, how are you feeling about this, Reese? I mean, the 5's just ugly as well. You know, whereas if you enter with the 5, you can slot the 5 or 4 point. Okay, he doesn't do that.
I'm not too sure.
I think you're just giving Rich a bit of, you know, an advantage here by not entering higher. Okay, this is tricky though. We can make the 4 point and leave a direct shot. Come down with the 6 and then play 10 to 7, which is kind of giving up on on any sort of, you know. I suppose we do have kind of contained on the 2 point here, don't we?
Yeah, I just don't think we can afford any
shots,
any directs at least.
Yeah, exactly. Losing 2 points.
So what are the, this
okay, this
is
is
nice
the other
straight
option.
away.
Yeah.
Anyone behind and coming down to the 10. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't want to give 4 shots. Double 6 is
Doesn't want to give the shots. You've got the builder on the 10 then.
Yeah.
Bad roll really, but good for the race.
So we pick and pass would have been nice here for Rich, which he doesn't get, but he can make the 1 point here.
Yeah.
Yeah, not much else.
Yeah. 8 to 1. And Rich is hoping for big doubles. Okay, so we're now into a race where Rich is still hoping for big doubles.
Yeah.
He doesn't get them.
Yeah, and on his take point on a 4 cube is about 14%, so we're not going to see anything for Rich until right at the very end, probably. Or just not to.
What's going on in the chat? I feel like we're into one of those parts of commentary where we're looking to inject some interest that isn't there in the game. Oh, here comes double 6.
Suspect in the chat. Hi, Mrs. Bubbles. Got Simon, got Alex, Tapio, Mark.
Wow, kind of responds in kind.
The gap on the 5 and 4 might be an issue, but not.
No, not if you just
Not
straight
anymore.
marks. Yeah. Why would you stuff around with that? Just you know, easy. Duh.
We're talking about start the tournament.
Right.
Okay, so it's going to be 5-3.
Yeah, I always find, because I play a lot of 7 point matches, I get really excited at 5-3 in a 9 point match and then realise that it's not the 5-3 that I'm used to.
That you want, yeah. As long as you realise in time, that's okay. If you realise when it's too late, that's the problem. Hey, Roland, how's it going?
Hey, lovely to have Archie in the chat. Missing you here, Roland, but I hope you're recovering well. Are you still in hospital, mate, or are you out?
He's out and about as far as
He's out
I'm
and about.
aware.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
He was on this chatting on the stream on Friday. But on orders to take it easy.
Yeah. Relaxing with the weather isn't that great outside, so a good day to get on the street and relax.
Feet up.
So 5-3, unlike the last game, Rich can double fairly aggressively and not worry too much, but
4 away, 6 away.
neither of them are feeling it.
Feeling like a break.
Feeling like a break instead. So.
Which I'm going to suggest that we're all going to take a break here because I'm going to go to the bar.
Sounds great.
Okay.
I did just offer to buy you a drink, but that's fine.
Okay, folks, so the players are back at the table. We're assuming 4 away for Rich and 6 away for Connor. Connor's rearranging his hoodie like a prize fighter, and then proceeds to send his opening roll into Rich's checker tray. Double threes, so we're now playing for 2 points. 4-2 for Rich. Great opening. Rich just going to make the 3-point. 4-3, I believe, is split with a 3 and down with a 4.
Usually good to split when your opponent's 8 is strips.
Yeah.
But there was already a temptation to play 2 down just because he's got a slightly more pure position with a 4-point versus the 3.
Okay, so Connor's hitting with a 4, and if he's going to do this, he should probably split
from the back, yeah.
There is the lift option. I don't know. I don't know about this here. I mean, when you make a position like this, it's just, you have to be so lucky for it to kind of consolidate and improve.
Yeah.
So that's a great shot for Rich, making the golden point. And I believe he is a bit of a favourite in this game already. We're getting to this interesting position where Rich has made an advanced anchor, but Connor hasn't. Rich is rolling straight away, but my old mentor Julian Fetterline has some very interesting analysis about these kind of positions, and you more often than not have a strong early cube when you've made your advanced anchor and your opponent hasn't. Especially with Connor's awkwardness, it's worth thinking about. So he doesn't like the 6-2.
No, that's awful.
So obviously we have the option to split with the 6. He's going to play.
Wow.
Okay. So he's just throwing everything at trying to make a board / tempt Richard off his anchor.
And this is just beautiful for Rich.
You
can come all the way around.
Yeah.
I mean, I again would have been considering a cube there, and he hasn't. And I
So you're certainly considering it now.
The market's gone.
Yeah.
I think he should have cubed.
Yeah.
So I thought Connor was going to run with the 6-2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or at least come out with the 6 and then slot it with the 2.
You just can't take this.
No.
Right. You're behind in the race. Your position's worse. I don't know. I mean, personally, I can't take this cube. I kind
But you're cubing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. So I'm just making sure, because I'm like, I'm cubing this.
I mean, what are you hoping for here as white in terms of the take? Obviously, double 6 or double 4. Even double 1 is a bit of an improver. It gets you off a few gammons if you can shuffle up.
So Connor tried to have a little poke face, and then as soon as the cube came, slumped back.
Yeah.
He was not happy.
He's like, damn, that didn't work.
Yeah.
Trying to be casual, didn't work out.
So we're opening up an interesting aspect of backgammon, body language in possible cube situations. Yeah.
And it is funny, like some players do themselves a real disservice with body language or just with things they do on the board. Like, when you're playing an opponent and you roll a number that hits, and they grab their own checker and put it on the bar. And I always really tell people off when they do that, because I'm like, guys, particularly when people are really tired, they might not see the hit. Don't give it away. Because if you give it away, of course they're going to see it. But if you don't give it away, sometimes they miss things.
Yeah.
Body language is so important over the board.
So if my opponent has a decision, they're trying to decide whether or not to double, I will try and give off the energy of, I'm 100% taking this.
Right, yeah. I'm just acting really yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not even paying attention because, I don't care.
You then sit back and do the whole, putting your hands through your hair, torturing yourself about whether or not you want to take. But,
I'm not sure exactly what the race is, but it's something like 10 or 11 pips, roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you should just
Connor's
let
not
it go.
having it.
Yeah.
If you want a 2-point, you probably can just about squeeze the take there. But
Yeah, I mean, there were weaknesses in Richard's position, weren't there? And as you say, if you're on the 2-point, you're freezing those checkers on the 8-point as well. You know.
So 6-3. 3-way, 6-way.
So this is now quite an ugly score for cubing from Richard's perspective. But,
Yeah.
You know, very efficient from Connor's perspective.
Like regular move that.
okay, so we've got the exact same game.
But in reverse. I think they made it in the other order last time.
So Richard's very happy he made the 4-point.
Yeah.
Now that Connor's
So
got
now you just make the bar, I guess.
Well, you can do this and make the 5-point. Which, I mean, the 5-point is very strong here for him. So
yeah,
you know, it's Connor's position. You're desperate for gammons. Your gammons go markedly higher once you've made the 5-point. So Rich is starting to get a sort of proto priming position here. So I believe that Connor has to think about splitting here. He's got the stronger board. He's at risk of getting primed. The decision is: do you split with both? Do you split to the 20-point? Do you split with the 1? Okay, he's definitely not splitting with the 1 then.
No. But I like that. That gives you so many more rolls to make the 4. Because you can bring the 4 down. And just throwing everything at that prime.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, from my perspective here, once you've made that strong position on your side, I mean, obviously, playing 6 to 5 is nice because you've now got 9 numbers which make the 4-point, and you're then in a super strong position. But you know, once you've got the strong hand on your side, you know, and you're in the risk of getting primed, you want to take the opportunity whilst you can.
Yeah, there's no point doing it if you then got to just break the position because you can't get out.
Yeah. You know, the risk 3 or 4 rolls later is that you've kind of busted your position and you're still stuck on the ace point. You know?
So I think Rich will play down with the 6-5. You don't really want to run to the mid when you're going to get hit with 5s, 4s, and then there's the fly shot outside. So.
It's one of these, you know, it's one of these rolls that you want 2 of in a row, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
you make a hard decision the first time, and then a second time you do the other thing. So I got Bernard and Mark in the chat. Hey guys, Mark's saying he's done the checker lifting thing a few times to help an opponent when actually they shouldn't hit, like against a back game. So like being a bit cheeky. I like it. Psych him out.
So Rich, sorry, that was Connor's run there with the 4-5. 3-2 should hit.
Yeah.
And we could make the 5-point. Could make the 5-point.
You could hit, you could make the 5-point, you could obviously step up. I mean, I don't think he wants to do that.
I like this because we've got so many numbers which make the 5-point in the next roll. But
yeah, I think that's right.
But I think Mrs. hesitancy was that we should have been thinking about it, right? Should have been having a bit more of a think there.
But it also stops Connor from holding his front position at the same time.
Yeah.
So it made sense.
So I like playing 24 to 22 here, and then I'm going to think about the other 2. I think we want to see daylight as Connor. As Connor.
But you don't want to be under the gun on the 20.
Yeah. So we just had the tournament director enter the room, and there was a moment of doubt about whether or not we were going to get, you know, some negative feedback. But we got the thumbs up. We got the thumbs up, guys. Come on.
Occasionally with these really important signs like bar closing 15 minutes.
Stop swearing.
No swearing. They've been the 2 key ones that you still hear on the table for future use.
Which has distracted us from the game actually getting very interesting because we're in a kind of, you know, priming battle now. Okay, I mean, here is Rich. Obviously, there's the balls out play of hitting on the 3-point and then playing, 11 to 9?
Yeah.
But
or shifting 6
if it
to
goes
4.
wrong, it goes quite wrong.
Yeah.
I'm going to defer to to the G2 in the chat here. Not that I'm putting the pressure on.
Well, I think the thing is, if you move 11 to 9, you're duplicating sixes because you really want to escape your sixes on the next roll, right? So if you're going to hit, maybe you go 6 to 4.
Yeah, it's just that you do still get things like 4-2. So you still get the combinations. And there's not exactly a massive rush to come out. You'd be quite happy to take the 6 prime and then try and come out after that. But he's going for the no hit.
The priming checker play, personally, I find one of the hardest things in backgammon.
So it seemed clear at like a normal score that you would just hit.
Yeah.
But obviously at this score, he's very worried about getting hit and then cube.
Yeah, I mean, Connor's got a 4-point board, so yeah.
3-1 would have punished us if we'd hit. But we're now desperate for a 6 here.
So I would just play down and just get it all out, trying to make the bar.
Yeah.
I would have been punished.
All the best players always get punished. That is what we know. That is what we know. It's not fair.
Connor's having to think about the cube here, which is very reasonable, I would suggest, in the situation in the match score.
Because he doesn't, he's got to roll 2 6s, but he's got a little bit of time to do it.
Okay, so
not a lot.
So obviously we were desperate for a 3 to hit outside. We didn't get that. We can hit with 4-1, I think.
Which is
kind of got
to
do. He doesn't want to let that checker on the 15 point just run around to safety.
The only thing I'm not sure about was the 8-7, because 6s come out and it's like, you know,
duplicating 6s again.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
So at this score, I don't think you can make a big mistake in this kind of situation, even if it's a small no double or something like that.
That was mastery of understatement, my friend.
And for me, this is a tough cue to take.
Well, the 6 is a duped. Even if he covers, there's an open 2 point. And there's 2 behind 5 times, so I'm pretty sure he's right to take.
Yeah.
Okay, this is just going to make the 8
going to make the 1. Yeah, you have 6s to come out or cover, 3s to hit, 5s to cover. 12s to cover, so like double 4s.
I mean, Connor is desperate for a 6 now. I mean, a 3 would be nice too.
And keep going to the 8. Or just another one down.
Can't see any obvious swings either way.
I mean, here you wanted to sort of get a better distribution of numbers, because you know that 6s are going to run. You know, they have to run. So you don't want to duplicate any 6s on your side.
Yeah.
I mean, so here, this is an example. I mean, I would play, what was it?
10 to
6? 10 to 6, and give yourself a 5. You know, 5s are obviously a bit awkward here, but it gives you a good 5-4 to make the board.
So he's looking at keeping the prime.
I mean, I
don't need to do...
And this creates awkwardness later on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, this situation right now, it looks very, very dangerous for Rich, but, you know, this can all collapse. So here, I believe we should be breaking the 7, and I bring both of the checkers in.
Yeah.
Double 4 plays better that way.
Yeah.
So Connor is running out of time to roll a 6. He needs to do it really soon.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to roll 1 takes the pressure off.
He doesn't. We could get some shot leading numbers here as well.
Like 5-4.
Like 5.
Basically anything with a 5.
So this is the thing, you know, this is such a scary take for Rich at the score, right? I mean, he took it very quickly, you know, and confidently and probably correctly. But now if you roll a 6, you've possibly won the match.
Yes.
Right? He rolls double 5.
Okay,
Oh,
5-2 is going to
Connor.
continue deteriorating.
I mean, this is the thing for Colin. Obviously, 1-6 is great, but you know, we're now in a battle of sixes.
They're
aren't
both
we?
desperate for sixes. And that's generally when you find that there aren't any sixes left on the dice.
Yeah, you're looking in the cup everywhere.
You're like, hang on.
You know,
Where did they go? Sure,
He's
they're
like
here.
looking on the floor even, not just in the
They're
cup.
throwing them
You
on the
know.
floor in disgust. I've had enough.
There's a little hole in the floor.
Yeah, I've had that experience this weekend of, you know, throwing the number that you want and it kind of like landing outside of the board
Of
or on the
course,
deck as well.
but
But, you know.
psychologically, it's just the worst because you're like, oh, I've wasted my sixes.
But Hannah, my
No.
doubles partner last night, twice rolled, you know, rolls that she had to re-roll and then rolled the exact same nuts number
Good
straight
one,
after. So,
Hannah.
you know.
Okay, there's 1-6 from Rich.
Okay, so
that was important.
Yeah, Rich is winning the battle of the sixes here.
Oh,
Double
no.
2 for Connor. I mean, this is the thing, you know, these positions can go so well or so badly in
Yeah.
primary positions.
But he has gone a lot of
I mean,
rolls
Rich
without
is-
a 6 now.
Rich is feeling fantastic about the take now,
Yeah.
right?
How many rolls has Connor rolled without a 6? Many.
Okay, there's
finally.
one. So it's getting very exciting now, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a 6. He's going to hit
In
with a
and
3.
hit. Here we go.
Beautiful. Double 2. So he's going to have
Comes
to.
in.
I think I personally, I'm just bringing it around, and
You have to.
suck
You
up.
can't deteriorate your board further, right?
Yeah. Reese,
What else are you
or
going
do
to
you
do?
deteriorate your board further?
No, he's just got to.
You can't, because then you'd be down to a 2-point board. You're never gonna.
So from Connor's perspective, if he gets hit and anchors up, he can probably still take 3 cubes, maybe.
Oh. So this is interesting. Personally, I'm hitting with the 1. I think is my instinct to, and then it's like, do we make the 3-point? Do we hit with the other 5?
Oh, I like hitting twice.
I don't think you want to overplay for gammons here because it's not massively efficient, right? And getting to 1 away, 6 away is a very, very strong position. But this is an interesting decision. I mean, you can point on here as well, but, you know, I think you want 2 checkers back.
Mm.
I mean,
It's tricky.
I'm so tempted to hit on the 2-point.
Yeah, me too.
What are you seeing? What are you thinking?
Probably just hit loose and try and deny the anchor.
Yeah.
This is giving me nightmares, though, for a position I had earlier. Early match against Sean Casey, which deteriorated rapidly from something like this.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
3 and 4 is good because he can't play it, so he holds the board.
So double hitting didn't work out.
Well, I mean, you say that, but as long as Rich can come in, then he's got 4 checkers that he can just spread around the outfield, right? And it's going to be so hard for Connor to come home then.
I mean, this is a really exciting little game that we've had here. Lots of swings.
Mm-hmm.
And there could still be more.
Okay. Connor needs a 1.
Connor's
and a
looking
couple
up for
of
the
6s.
gods for inspiration there.
Yeah.
Rich is continuing to dance at a 3-point board.
At least ones are kind of they're duplicated.
Oh, he's got a 6.
Yeah.
But he's desperate for obviously a 1. You just got
2, you just keep
around.
going. I don't know what.
There's no decision here.
Mm-hmm.
5-3. So, do we hit loose on the 2-point as a sort of like a tempo play?
Yeah.
This is interesting because, you know,
Well, anything else is late direct shots.
I think I like Rich's play. We're quite happy that he's got a check on the 2, and obviously our gammons aren't really worth a lot.
Yeah.
So we're not really.
As the back check is not seeing daylight, so he can't hit you and come out. Okay, so he's got 1 checker saved.
Just saying.
In retrospect, you're always right, isn't it?
The beauty of hindsight.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so do we slot the back of the prime here?
I think Rich had a little moment there where he was just considering because Connor's safety up there checker. There's like no gammons.
Yeah.
So
do you think about it? Do you slot the back of the prime, or do you just spread those checkers out in direct hitting range of the back?
Well, we need to be thinking about the cube as well here. So, you know, you don't want to give any anti-jokers which can take away the cube next roll. But I'd argue that Connor rolling a 1 is probably more likely than him rolling a 1-6 here.
Oh, yeah,
And
absolutely.
if he rolls just a 1 here with this position, you know, I mean, I would have moved up not with that one, but the other one out. But I mean, you know, we can probably recube and cash this, right?
Yeah, so Connor needs about 11% in order to take.
Bernard likes spreading out. I do definitely see the logic with both.
I mean, these positions are tough, very emotionally tough, I would argue, as the you know, the player who's ahead holding the cube.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we've all had the nightmare of it turning on its head, and you know.
And certainly, like, you have the situation where you spread everything out and you're like, cool, you know, I can hit with everything that's like 2, 3, 4, 5, and you roll a 6-1.
Yeah.
You know, like it's everything misses. You're like, how did that happen?
So Rich is still rolling.
He's still rolling.
He's taking a small risk.
Yeah. Slot the front of the prime, Rich, if you're going to be a bad man.
I think Connor would have to pass, so now he's giving him the chance to roll that A6.
Yeah. You just got to cash this, haven't you?
Well, no, there's just so few.
I suppose there are a few gammons. Yeah, this
Front,
is
yeah.
Okay, so Rich was just thinking about the cube, but he's realised that
he's grinding.
There's no harm in rolling on for now, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I guess maybe he's thinking he might pick up another one. It's not likely, but he certainly could. And then with 2 back, your gammons go.
Connor plays 2 to 1, which has reduced his amount of spares, so it's getting more realistic that another
you might. And here, can you do a play here which leaves all the ace, the deuce, and the 3 points?
Don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. That's
Ken Goulding would have liked this for his lecture this morning.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like these positions, I'm just like, cash it, you know.
And it's like you go, you hope you want to get that extra checker, so you just go round.
There's no decisions for Connor here, right?
Well, technically, it's all on the bar there weren't any bad numbers. 6, 5, 4 all worked. So, but now 5 might have been all
okay. Well, that's made things a little bit easier.
Yes, it has.
So he did take a little risk there.
Yeah,
I think.
He just knew he was going to roll 6, right?
Yeah, 6 works.
So his closed amount is okay. He's going to keep rolling.
So here I bring probably the 2 in, and then bring the other one around. But
that would lead. If you bring it around and then go 9 to 7, that makes double sixes play.
I think there's 2 more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now
there was a safe play.
You have to cash this now, right?
Oh,
you have to cash it. Just cash it, Rich.
He's not satisfied with an 8-3 lead. He needs to be.
He wants more.
He wants the game.
Okay, he's got to cash it.
Well, there's technically nothing leaves.
But
he does obviously risk. But
like you roll 6-1 here, and then Connor rolls double 6.
So he's going to try and get a couple off before he opens up. He's got 1 off. 5-3. Just playing it completely safe. 6-1. Just cash it in.
Send it, Rich. I mean, we're like, I don't know, 89%, something here.
Well, that would suggest that you take it. But, yeah, obviously he's just got that out.
And Connor says, phew, finally, on to the next.
Yeah, so Reach Crawford. So this is interesting because Connor is 6 away. 2 points is very good for him.
Yeah.
So you've got that added pressure of not just trying to win the game here to stay in the match, but also trying to get 2 points, which I would say introduces a little bit of funk into checker decisions.
You just couldn't raise it. No, not for it.
Which, taking the
Some
cube away.
aggressive behaviour.
Also worth noting, Connor is down to 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
People like myself,
Rich
that's
on?
not an issue.
Yeah.
Just get used to it.
Perfectly normal, but
Well,
just thought you'd pointed out.
But you know, sometimes people can overreact and get flustered and just play instantly.
If you're not a pro at it like you are.
No, double six this morning. In anyone's thoughts?
The double four is hit with 2 and okay, just coming out both.
I mean, this is the more gammon saving play.
Yeah, so I think for money, it's technically right to play 39, but
yeah,
you probably win more by doing this. Just coming out and bring up your back checkers.
So here, I think I'm just making
Just
a 10
make
point.
10. Mm-hmm.
You can hit loose, but that feels.
But then what do you do with the 3?
Yeah.
Then you're exposing 2 blocks.
Like the 10 points now quite nice here when your opponent's got 3 checkers behind.
Mm-hmm.
And you leave the shot with a 4, but you know.
But he's got no board. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal to get hit. 6-5. So Connor will make the Stenga with one of them.
Yeah, not with a 6.
Yeah.
You want to stay back here.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 6 has to come down.
Yep. That's good.
But I mean, why would you? What's the good 5 here? No. You cannot do this as a crime. You know, you want to stay in the match here. You have to stay back on the 24 point.
Yeah.
This is just going to make the 11. Easy breezy.
Yeah.
Double 5.
Well, at least he avoided being flanked by like it's a hindsight. It's 2020, right? He knew that was going to happen. That's why he took the other one.
Before,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So
135 for blue.
Okay.
I can't count.
So
Connor's just going, F it.
Yeah.
Let's roll.
Wait, are you counting blue?
So blue's 135.
I have 78, 98.
I mean,
32. I think it's 135 for white.
Okay, so it's even. If it was even, he probably should have stayed back, right? And
yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I
because
just think
Rich's position is still, you know, he wouldn't have had too many great rolls.
So we're getting into the zone of all these weird sort of technical positions. But, you know, it's rare that people make mistakes when they're bearing off.
Of
but
course,
bearing in.
another double 5.
XG punishes us a lot. Yeah, the double 5.
That's
was obviously part of the plan.
All the plan. Yeah. 3, 2. So yeah, put 1 on 5, and then.
I think the other thing I didn't like about that double 5 before is that you are giving up on 2 points at that point, aren't you? You're saying we're just playing for 1 point. You know.
And then you're pretty much giving up also on leaving shot because. Yeah. You've only got those 3 checkers on the midpoint left to shoot at. He's not going to leave a block there for a long time.
Yeah.
So you don't have any. You're just focusing on racing. No other game plan. So just put 1 on the 5 and the 4.
Yeah, I mean you can bring 2 down. Probably unstacking that heavy 8 point is the smart thing, yeah.
And you want to start putting checkers on those points.
I mean, these plays, you lose 10 mil points of equity or whatever, you know, when you get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's not a big deal when you've still got lots of spares to bring around, so you're going to have chances to cover those.
Yes.
So just to the 2 and then 6 to 5.
Yeah, I like this play. I don't know if it's right, but I would play it.
Yeah, me too. Without even thinking.
So double 3.
Rich is just going to bring those down and put 1 on the 4.
I mean, I'd be unstacking his 6 point here.
Yeah.
But
7 on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're racing.
Rich is obviously can foresee double 6s in his future.
Yeah, he's planning on those. He's planning ahead.
Okay, so the 5 has to go to the 5 point.
Yeah.
And then the 4, I mean, yeah, probably bring it in. I mean, we've got 8 on the 6 point now. Double boxes.
Easy. 3-1, and then a 6 to 5. Yeah.
This is with aces now, but I don't think it really matters. Because it was only ace 4, ace 5, ace 6 anyway.
So
just take 2 crossovers.
Exactly.
Yep.
8 was it 8-3 and then 6, 7-6.
7-6, yeah.
6 to 5 is probably okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just think given your opponent's only got 1 to bear in there, you want to be
okay,
so
4
we're taking
and
got to
then
take the 6 off. Start unstacking that stack.
Okay.
Double
So you brings
2s.
both in.
I actually would consider playing 4 point here, but I may be wrong on that. Can't see because kind of stacking these checkers up.
I believe he's got 7 on the 6. That's 5, 6.
Yeah, I
got
like
13. Yeah, he had
why.
7.
So 2-1. I think I'm just playing 6 to 3 here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. This is I like how he's playing this. He's playing the 2 first. Yeah.
Yeah. That looks good.
Any chance of an update, Mr. Bargett, on the PRs?
Come on, Simon.
So
was that?
Connor's taking a check.
No.
I think he played 2 4s.
Yeah.
5 and 4. That was it.
Okay. Who knows? That pip might be worth a lot.
Yeah, I like those illegal,
Okay.
self-punishing illegal plays.
Yeah.
You know,
the rare ones.
Yeah.
Okay,
6-4 is a good throw
good.
from Connor.
There we go. Thanks,
Connor,
Rich.
yeah, Rich helping out the commentators there and everyone on the stream. Redistributing Connor's checkers.
They both got 12 checkers.
Double 3 is a
That
great
helps.
shot.
That's
3 off
perfect.
and
Takes
6
3 off
3.
and fills the gap again.
Putting his spare checkers every which way on the board. 2-1 is not what the doctor ordered for Rich.
Oh, Simon, well, we're not paying enough attention. We're sorry. Our bad. I'd buy you a drink, but you're not here, so.
So 4-2 is just going to
take 1 from the 6.
Yeah. So in all probability, we are looking at, I mean, what's Connor doing? He's got 1:30 left on the clock. Why is he messing around here? Come on, Connor,
Yeah.
6 off, mate.
Because the thing is, if he actually does win this game, he's got a way to go. He's still going to be 5 away.
Oh, he plays a weird play.
So this is what we're talking about, right? When you get low on time, he's just started to panic and go, oh my God, I need to make a decision. 3-2. I mean, it's still interesting. 6-3, that misses with 1.
Yeah.
So it's 6 checkers versus 9.
Connor's very well distributed here to win. And with his opponent rolling 2-1, he should be okay.
Rich is going to need 2 big doubles to make it work.
If you looked at Connor's position before, a roll like double 2 would have played really well, whereas now it's awkward. And now Rich is turning on the afterburners. So here, interesting 4. Yeah, I like this 5-2, leaving yourself a good double 5 because you're going to need something big.
Yeah. It's not really the double he wanted, but he'll take it. He took off 3 checkers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And now he needs a double, and he needs Connor to roll a 2-1.
Okay, I don't think he can get a check off. I think this is gin, right?
Yeah.
So, 8-4, post Crawford. We get into that thing where people can be funky with the cube. I don't know whether or not Connor's going to indulge in those sort of those games.
Shenanigans?
Yeah, I always do it, personally.
Okay.
But that's because I'm an XG guy, and you get lots of great decisions. You know, you grind your PR down when you don't auto cube at this score. It's less about trying to exploit your opponent and more about just trying to grind your PR down.
Yes.
I think Connor will probably just cube straight away. I'm thinking about the fact that he's only got a minute left, and don't want to be giving any energy thinking, do I lose my market with anything here?
I'm always very grateful when my opponent does that as the leader in this position.
Yeah.
There he goes. It's a take.
2. It's going to bring 2 down.
Yeah, against the 2 checkers on the 24, they haven't split yet, so you can make the bigger play.
1, so 1 down and split.
Yeah, have to split it. I mean, this is, I don't know what you're thinking about.
Thinking about hitting with the 5?
No, you can't be.
Well, what else is there? He's not going to come out, surely, to the bar.
Yeah.
Are you thinking about slotting? No. Sounds good.
He was just taking his time.
6-1
is great, makes the 5 point. Anything else?
I'm assuming that Colin kind of knows that he's low on time. Maybe he doesn't.
Yeah, good point, Marion. 3-1 makes the 5 point back in kind. So Rich has the rack. Connor is close to the rack. Connor's actually got the 4 prime now.
5, nice. So
Rich
we're getting
is
prime versus
for an
primey.
roll.
He doesn't get it, but he's got to move up with 3.
Yeah. So we can either jump out or make that point to stop himself being primed any further.
Yeah, exactly. With a stronger board, I mean, obviously 6-2 pointing on numbers aren't great here.
6-2, double 2,
you got
double 4, double 3.
Yeah, so like a roll like this. I mean, what's this? He's probably got to point on here.
Yeah.
And you're just leaving so many shots.
A lot of returns.
Yeah,
but
I mean, you've got to go for it here, don't you? Because the 25% of the time that he dances is great, obviously. So you don't care about getting back.
Yeah.
I think
you either pointed or you went 6-2, 10-7. But
it's punished. So this is one of these interesting decisions about where do you hit here. And often it's right to hit leaving less shots. So that would mean 22 to 17.
Yeah, there's a little duplication with 5s as well.
Yeah.
So this gives 6s.
This is more shots.
Aces, 3s, and 5s.
I mean, it feels like the logical play, but it's one of these things which the box helpers understand often isn't correct.
But also, is there merit in obviously Connor's trying to prime, so you don't want to leave checkers further back because there is still potential of getting primed in if you leave them back. So do you know what I mean? So he's brought the back one out.
Yeah, this way if he got hit, he's got a better anchor.
Exactly, thinking if he comes back in with a 3.
So 5-3 is an interesting roll. Obviously, we can hit outside or we can point on. I think pointing on is
that looks
just
good.
So strong, so strong. I mean, you can lose from here, but it's unlikely.
2-1 is a great roll.
Here's one of the rolls.
So this is a massive roll coming up.
Yeah.
Right, this is essentially the roll of the game.
Yeah. 1-4.
1 does nothing.
1-4 is kind of not.
Yeah. Maybe he should.
So.
Wow.
I mean, I was going to say go 8 to 4, but your 6s are duplicated.
Yeah, I mean,
with the hits.
Yeah.
So do you go 9 to 5?
I mean, reducing your block count is obviously good here, but I would have thought about the other one because that point about duplicating 6s. He played it very quickly.
Yeah,
but they're still duped anyway this way. Didn't really.
Okay, so Connor's putting 2
just wonder
in the
if
air.
you're getting sucked into that thing of like when your opponent is low on time,
Oh,
they play
that
fast.
was costly.
You start playing fast as well in response.
4-3, you can't make the ace, but he can make the 3.
Got to be pure here.
Yeah.
Another massive roll.
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
That's nice.
What he needed.
So the swing, this is such a volatile position here. And then another
6.
Huge.
He's trying to put the roll checker in. Yeah. That old trick.
Yeah.
It's handy to have anchored and then come out.
So it's got a safety with the 4 here, right?
Yeah. Do you safety by blocking
you can cover it? Yes,
yeah. Use it as a blocking point.
That's the classic lightness. But I mean, there is an argument
That
here
does
for
the midpoint though.
yeah, for playing it in.
I quite like putting it on the 5 actually,
It
because
gives
it's not
you-
blocking the ones on the 2.
It's often worth it just for those few numbers that it blocks. So like 6-2 and 2-2 are now.
Mhm.
I was only trying to
Really
make the
cool.
case because I was embarrassed that I didn't spot it.
But it does get out.
3, 2.
So we're very happy to run with a 6 if you get it.
Yeah.
Double three's
Okay.
not bad.
So double 3, you're just making the bar.
Yeah.
And really hoping that you start rolling some
So-
6s in the near future.
Exactly, we've got a priming battle,
Connor
but Connor's got the
6s
timing advantage.
will slot the bar 2 down, right?
Come on, you got to slot the bar here, Connor.
Gammons don't matter.
Oh no, Connor.
He's got
I mean,
56 seconds left.
It might be right because if Rich rolls a 6, you've got coverage.
Mhm.
So do we split here?
Yeah, coming up with the 1.
But I think I would have tried to just win the game in that roll essentially, and just
So if you're playing this, what do we do with the 3? Do we bring it in because then we're playing the 3 blocks? Well, you know, 4-1 is ugly AF.
I would bring it in so that if he runs with a 6, you've got more attackers.
yeah, it's not. I don't think he's going to run, but
No, I mean, he probably won't, but
Well, here's with the 3, so we're down with the 2. He knows his plan.
Rich's plan didn't
1,
execute it.
4.
No.
So now that's the 3 one.
Yeah, great
But
plan.
he's still really happy to
Yeah,
at
exactly.
least
Ah.
have an anchor.
He kind of wants to cover the. Yeah, he does that now with the.
Yep.
With the 9, he can cover the 2 point.
Just getting Rich's hopes up by delaying it.
So this is one of these awful decisions.
Oh
here.
wow! Okay.
I mean, I think you've got to come out here, don't
Yep.
you?
Wow, it's awkward.
And then
so
9 to 6.
I mean, I'm exactly. I'm playing 9 to 6 and coming out here.
I was to dupe the 6s.
Yeah, exactly. You dupe the 6s, you get the odd 1-6 to hit back. You know, they do happen very rarely.
Yeah, this is really confusing for Rich because you do want to duplicate it, but you also just want to reduce the shots. So,
And when you're both behind a 5 prime, the last thing that you want to do is break your prime.
You see,
All
this
threes are missed.
is why these plays they look so horrible to play. But like, then your opponent rolls 4-3, and
So
now
misses
you've got a
everything.
great 6 to
Yeah.
hit here.
Mhm.
You know,
so what does he do with the 6?
he just rolls
You
double
roll 2.
6.
Yeah.
Duh.
Did that answer your question?
But if I'd only rolled 1 6, I think I would have come out with it.
Yeah, yeah. Mate. When are you coming out?
Unless you roll a 6.
I mean,
5.
here I'm coming out, and I'm actually going to go to the 1 point because I just don't believe any shots here.
Yep. So he's played. Yeah, that's
play.
Yep.
It's not pure. It's ugly. But it's necessary.
Yeah. You can't risk the
I think
the
Rich
3
likes the look of
2
this.
5.
So this 6-5
6-5
is really interesting because we play this. Are we? No,
No, that's
we're not
fine.
leaving a shot on double 6. Are we?
No, that's clean.
Sorry, false alarm, folks. Desperate to inject some, some excitement. Into
Yeah,
the game.
yeah.
You've got a bad 6-5 potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have felt really bad.
If he rolled it. So 3, you've got to get close here.
Yep.
But I think we've got to play 6-5 so we don't give ourselves a bad double 6.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's great in these positions to be on the 9 point because then everything gets you in.
Yep.
It's
But-
also only 6-5 if you stay back, but it's nice to just have the directs to get the checker safe as well. So there's
Yeah.
quite a few different things going on here.
I mean, this is my play. Maybe it is better to come 1 closer because there are more 2-1s than there are double 6s in the cup.
Twice as many, in fact. Is that right?
That is 100% correct.
Excellent. Love it when I get things right.
Okay, 4-3.
3
Just
just
play
goes
for
to
the-
the 3. Yep.
So this is kind of ugly against a 2-point anchor game, but
Okay.
Connor's
Yep, 1 out
timing
the
is
2.
okay here if he gets a shot.
Mm-hmm.
So
5
this
to
is gonna-
3.
5 off, and then we can only 6-3 is the only play here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We could play 3 off.
Off. Is there any shot levers?
6-3.
6-3.
Yeah. But there are shot leaves if you don't play it.
We'd probably take another one off because then there's shot levers anyway if you go 6-3.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Which is like
because
double five,
it's
double
hard to
six.
position this when you have this, odd number on the 5 point and an even number on the 6 point.
There's actually more shot levers if you go 6-3 because it's double 6, double 5, double 4.
Yeah, and I'm coming around to this.
Plus 6-4. So I think that was right.
You can handle that.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. So
here, any roll with a 4 is a risk, right?
There's a lot of bad numbers here.
Yeah.
And the welcoming committee is ready. This is where I stare them dead in the eyes and I clap my hands and rub them together. I am ready.
Pause, but Connor has to get off. He wants to keep that pure board, so he has to run.
Yep.
Double 3.
You can run with that. Just with 1 all the way.
And now we have a lot of shot lever numbers.
Yep. Or even just awkward numbers.
Just
like 4-1 would have been really awkward. Things like that.
Double 2. Connor's going a bit fast. His liking. Oh, it's a shot time. So I'm hitting with the 2 here.
Yeah, I reckon.
I mean, what's the point in playing 3 to 1?
It's the same amount of shots anyway.
Same
so
amount of
you
shots.
hit him and
basically, he enters
high.
with 4, 5, 6. You've won.
Yeah.
Well, I say that, but you've probably won.
You've probably won. He's not going to do it.
I don't mind this because you're not going to leave another shot straight away.
Yeah, it's probably not
it's
a
like
huge
the rare
difference.
dances. Okay. So, he doesn't have to go. Maybe.
But as you said, there's no shot levers, so I guess he figures he may as well. And it's 5, 6, 8, 9. He's got 5 off.
5 off, okay.
Well, it's only 5. Okay.
So, in all likelihood, Richard Carter is going through and Connor is going out at this point.
Six. So, it needs to be 3 big doubles. That's not going to do it. I think that is Jen.
2 off.
Yeah, that's Jen.
Yeah, it's Jen. But he's rolling on. Why not?
That's okay. So if you're not sure, just keep rolling. Why spend the energy counting it? Particularly when you're so low on the clock. Just roll the dice.
Well, congrats, Rich.
Yeah. Nice job.
Yeah. Great run. Bad luck to Connor.
And so, as of this round, there was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 left in the main. So, as of round 7, we've got Adam Taylor, Peter Bennett, Sean Casey through to the next round. Connor's just gone through. No, take it back. Rich has just gone through. My bad. And then we've got Matt just still in play is Radu, Kyoto and Shino, which would be a great match, and Dale Taylor and Chris Turner. Turnell. Apologies. So we're getting to the exciting end of the tournament.
Well, thank you for everyone who tuned in for our little broadcast.
I'm assuming they're going to roll straight into another round.
Yeah.
Now the four are generally 11, 1, 3, 5 for the round times, aren't they?
That's right. Yeah.
Round 8 is due date. It's 5:11. So.
Well, we're going to press pause on the stream. So thank you, everyone. And we will leave you for a moment. More backgammon coming very soon.
Stick around. I'm sure it'll just be a minute until there's another match to watch.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
I was unlucky at the end, he got double 6.
I just wondered where if he should have. When he did the 6 play, made the 6-5 play, and you missed. And he got. I wonder if he should have been on a split there. For a 4-3, you got.
I did look at it, but I just felt like I wanted a gammon, and I just felt. I
really
did look at
wasn't
it.
sure. So you went out with the 6-3.
I just think, I still had a strong position not doing that, because he still needed the 6s.
Yeah. I went double. And then I found the banana split.
That's what I thought it was a block hit. Did I miss the banana split?
No, I thought when you did that, you got a full thing missed you. I just wanted
You played that?
Yeah. Because the thing is,
Feeling is it's still a 5 prime. You still need to. It's going to take him 3.8 rolls. So I think it was a bit desperate to play it in the
I wasn't sure because otherwise you just.
I'm sure I had even after the two. Do you think he had that as quite as well? Or is that?
Yeah, you.
Okay, folks, so we are going live once more. We are now down to, what is this? This is round 8 of the Masters. We have Radu Chorton versus Peter Bennett. Radu is an absolute beast and has won many tournaments in UK backgammon in the last few years. Peter, one of the most experienced players in the UK backgammon scene, very strong player. So this is going to be an interesting match. I think Radu might have a slight edge here, but, you know, I think pretty close in terms of average PR levels.
Yeah, I actually just watched the end of Radu's last match against Shino.
He was down 8-7 Crawford, wasn't he?
Yeah, so he went to the MP, and the thing I took from that is Radu is never out of the game.
Yeah. And there were some crazy swings in that match as well.
He was looking pretty bad.
Until he wasn't.
Well, his front variant, he had awful structure. He had to leave his shot. He got hit. Chino had a 5-point board. Then Radu comes in with one, then rolls a double 6 to hit and get one off safely. Yeah, it was wild. Anyway.
Never count him out.
Never count Radu out.
That's it. Whenever there's a final of a tournament, he seems to be in it at the moment. So
I'm kind of hoping that Shino might put him out, but
yeah. Well, Shino did well. He went quite deep in Monte Carlo, didn't he? I feel he played several rounds certainly in Monte Carlo at the World Championships recently.
The sound is bad.
The sound is bad.
Is everyone experiencing bad sound?
Should we try?
Or is this a David problem or is this an everyone problem? Can the chat please confirm? Crackly and echo. There's crackling. Okay, maybe it's the cable. How's that, everybody?
How is that, guys? We've just done the classic IT fix of unplugging it again. Is that better?
No, I think that's fine. Anyway, I'm sure Mate will tell us if we've done something dodgy. Okay, so where are we? So there's 5-4. I don't think he's played anything. Unless I've missed something here. Oh, no, it's better. They say it's better. Reese was just going to go and check it out. Thanks for letting us know, guys.
If it gets worse now, I've sat back down.
It's worse when Reese is here, then it's all Reese's fault.
Magnetic Reese.
Yes.
Okay, so we're in a mutual holding game here, which Radu has a bit of an advantage in because he's on the 18 point and Peter is on the 22 point. So 5-4 decision here. Probably making the 2 point. We don't really leave a shot.
Is there not time to jump up? I don't know what the race is.
Yeah, good point.
But that looked like a pretty good opportunity.
Then
wow,
your opponent was going to roll the 2, so
it was a trap. He correctly avoided it.
So here again, Reese, I'm looking at you for a race update.
Okay, 62, 90, 124, 130 for white, 70, 86, 16, 20, 124 for blue. So that's pretty close, right? I can't remember what it was.
I mean, I kind of want to get off the 18 point here because that's opening up some big doubles. 6-4 is obviously feeling very good to make the point in front of the anchor. You know, weakness in Radu's position is those gaps in front of the anchor.
Yeah, I mean, I think the race was like dead even. So maybe he just makes the board.
You think? I mean, I'm very happy to get off the 18 point here.
Yeah.
With double 6.
At least with one of them, maybe. And maybe
exactly.
4.
So this is, I'm doing this, I'm making with the 4 point, and then shuffling up with the others. Radu's going for the strong board. Okay.
Is it better?
No, apparently it's well, Simon's saying it's a bit intermittent, but I just went out and listened on my phone. It sounds fine, and I just checked with Mate, and he said no, it was crackly, and now it's fine.
Okay.
So please keep us updated,
Yeah, keep us
guys.
updated,
If
guys.
it keeps kind of going a bit wonky, we can get the genius Mate in to sort out what is no doubt our fault.
Okay, so we've got an interesting double 3 for Radu here. So I mean,
he's not played anything.
You know, you can make the 7 point here. No, he's not played yet.
Mm-hmm.
You can make the 7 point, and obviously, you know, 6s play difficultly for blue then because he might have to leave a shot. But I think, you know,
I like this.
Yeah,
I don't think you need to.
That before, so I'm definitely doing it now.
It's up in the race.
That's it. It's because otherwise, if you make the 7, it looks pretty, but then how are you getting those 2 guys around without getting hit? And Peter had a 4-point board.
It's very difficult to find a cube when you're on the 15 in these kind of spots. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, most likely he's going to leave some kind of indirect, and then he has to get dodged first. So I want to survive that sequence before cubing, really.
I was actually going to get frisky here with the cube.
Okay.
You're getting frisky.
But I'm into my second beer, where my risk appetite is increased.
And you're currently undefeated in the main, right? So you've got that like really optimistic
correlation between those things.
Optimistic aura around you at the moment. It's like, what can go wrong?
And as we all know in backgammon, it can always go wrong.
Yes.
So this felt like a really likely sequence.
I mean, this is
six
like
one
Steve,
and slot the 1. Come closer.
I mean, you have to cube this. I'm throwing this.
There he goes. He didn't even think twice. He was ready for the sequence.
You know, I don't like the take here. You get hit with the 2, all right? Let's take it.
He's taking it. Look, he's got an advanced anchor. This is actually quite awkward for Radu. He's just got to play to the 1.
Yeah.
He was only down like 5 pips or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing. 3-point games are a lot less hip sensitive, I find, because you know, you've got so much more work to bring the checkers around that your opponent's kind of bearing in and bearing off whilst you're doing that. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So,
but Peter's thinking of coming out and
but
making the 12 here, because he kind of played to the 8 and then he put it back. So the only thing I can think, look, he's thinking of coming around.
I mean, this is a cool play. I actually like this play.
I like it. Because the only other play is to the 8 and then to the 1, and you've just got no room then for any more numbers other than 4, 4, 6.
This is pause in hostilities.
Mm-hmm.
The ace point. Peter wants to roll big. He doesn't, so this is very awkward for Peter. I mean, you can't leave 2 direct shots here, do you? You're gonna have to break the board. Wow. I mean, this is so ugly. This.
I wonder if maybe you should, because this alternative
is just so bad.
Yeah. You know, you were getting hit with 2s, but you were gaining on like 6-1.
And that 4-3 was played very quickly, but I know he's having another think now because
with the 2 blocks.
You're
not really scared of the
the
fly shots, so.
Peter remakes the board. Mark, in answer to your question, I have no idea. I very much like it, if that's the case.
Yeah. And David, so I'm just looking at David's question for anyone who doesn't have the chat. If there are, because at the moment there's 6 players left, so there's 3 matches going on right now, 6 players. So David's saying if there's, say, you know, are they going to play best of 3 or whatever it is, because they're going to end up with 3? And the answer is I'm actually not quite sure. So I just flicked through the results of all 6 remaining players. My thought was basically once you've lost 2, then you're out. It was my understanding. So I thought, well, maybe there's a couple of players here that are undefeated, but it looks like everyone has lost one. So, I mean, what do you want from us? We're just the commentators. We don't know the answers to this stuff.
So after this roll, Peter is on about 72. 16.6.
I mean, I'm personally staying here, and I haven't got the race, but I just like the idea that we can maybe get a shot here. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because like 4-5 is ugly to play on the other side of the board.
I think the race is sufficiently close that you just.
You can run. Yeah.
And David, so
Okay, correct.
Yeah.
David's put in the chat that Peter's the only unbeaten player. That's not actually correct. He lost round 1, so all 6 players have lost 1 match.
Peter Bennett.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, I agree with Mark's comment. Just keep winning. That's generally
the plan.
That's the plan. That's the goal.
Oh, double 6. So this is going to make things very interesting from a Q perspective. Radu needs to respond. I noticed Radu's rolling slightly lower than has been traditional. Radu has this kind of interesting sort of high rolling style.
He's got this hook.
Yeah.
I call it the hook. He comes out from the side like a. It sounds like it should have a.
Yeah, it should have a sound effect.
Sound effect that comes along with it. And so quite often, if he's cocked dice off and end up on the other side of the board because he's coming in sideways.
Oh, big
double
shot.
6.
Peter needs to rustle at something similar. He doesn't.
He doesn't.
So this is most likely 2-0 to Radu.
Uh-oh. Mate is here.
Second network. Well, we can try one thing. Yeah. Network.
Could it be the cable resting on the laptop or something?
No, that should. Oh, but you always had this other computer here.
That's my laptop that I'm just running so we can see the.
I understand, but you always had it here, so it's not.
Yeah, it was there before. Yeah.
Okay.
But I did plug in this stuff. Maybe it's there. Probably.
We've just determined that maybe it's all Pete's fault.
Yeah, I'm quite divisive in here. Not divisive.
You're the guy with the stuff.
I've got the lead. Maybe the other computer has the resources of it is not very good. Maybe I should restart the Zoom or something, but not now.
Okay. Well, I'm sure everyone in the chat will happily keep us updated if they can't hear our witty comments
please keep us updated.
And funny jokes. Who knows some knock jokes? Okay, double
I've
one.
hit that point already. Yeah, I love this play. Very good from Peter. Very strong position. Sets you up.
1, 2. You just bring 2 down.
I would split.
He's splitting. Yeah.
He got a split here. You know. Okay, so things developed, which is what happens. Things do develop.
If you're going in the right direction, things develop.
So Peter has a very strong cube, depending on Radu not rolling a
No, it's not
3.
ideal.
So you have to cube this.
Yeah,
especially when behind.
No, he's rolling. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, Reece, do you want to give us an insight into these kind of positions? Because I think a lot of people personally, maybe this isn't a double, maybe I got this wrong, but, I kind of feel like people often miss cubes in these positions.
So what for you was the trigger where you instantly went, I'm cubing this? What are you thinking?
Well, for me, it's like I've made the advanced anchor and my opponent is stuck on the ace point.
Yeah.
I've got a very strong position in front of him. I can make the bar, I can make the 4 point.
Yeah.
I can start to run with good rolls from that anchor. Everything is in my favour here.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because it doesn't fit with things like Pratt, position.
Because your position was better and your race was better. So you had 2 out of 3, right?
On position.
Yeah.
Reece, any observations?
I don't really tend to think as deep about it as that. I would just sort of think, well, I've rolled a double 6 and I've made a couple points and my opponent is still stuck on the 24. So
looks right.
Do it.
Gut feeling.
yeah.
Yeah. So David is saying it was a cube, and he thinks it was a pass.
Yeah.
I mean, it was interesting because Radu very quickly played his 6-1, just burying to the deuce, and I wonder if he should have split because of
Yeah.
how stuck he was. But again, I would have been destroyed by the double three. So this is why I'm sat in the commentary room and not on the court.
Says the guy who played what in the exhibition match? Like 2 or 1.8 or something?
Yeah.
Both of you played extremely well. It was a great match.
I mean, yeah, Peter's, he's missed big cubes here.
I mean, I'm certainly
still got to cube.
you're certainly cubing now.
Yeah.
He's not. He's shaking. He's shaking.
Peter.
No, he's not
Send it.
cubing. 5.
So I think you've got a safety.
Yeah.
I mean, you're opening up double 6, but you want that spare on 6 point.
Yeah.
All the builders.
Yeah, I like
Especially when the cube is in the middle, you don't want to give extra shots. You want to cube first and then start.
And then do it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So please cube, Peter. What are you waiting for?
Is he trying to play on too good? What's he doing?
He might be
Maybe.
focused on the race, which after Radu's double 5 is probably reasonably.
Yeah, but it's misleading here, isn't it?
Yes.
Especially when Radu lost his midpoint. So Peter's got all the outfield to just spread his checkers. So any attempt at running will just be squashed.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Peter is finally taking a really good hard look at this.
Radu is keeping a poker face.
Yeah.
He's trying.
Radu always has a poker face.
Smirk.
Radu is always very stoic, isn't he? He's ultimately composed.
We'll see
a
pretty quick drop.
Even when he, when you watch Radu play and he rolls something god awful, there's literally no change except that he just kind of freezes and he blinks and then he hits the clock. It's just he pauses, but there's no change in his demeanor whatsoever. Yeah, several missed cubes, says Simon. We definitely agree with that. And it's a shame because he could have maybe got a take early on, and obviously, by the time he cubed it, Radu wasn't interested.
Okay, so we hit here and we come down with the 3 because we want those 3 builders to make the 4 point. That's
6-1 does not
response.
do much.
Really?
I would have slotted the 5 if I was going to do something like that.
Split, but
yeah, split or slotted the 5.
I like either slotting the 5 or coming down because the 4s and 6s are dupes. It's usually the right idea.
Peter chose not to hit there. Okay, yeah.
6-3 is making the 5 now. Or, yeah, why not?
You've just got a bad 3 here, but probably is correct.
Yeah.
Because Peter's position is strong on the other side.
I don't know. I like the 5. Could definitely be wrong, but
it was pure.
I liked it.
Okay, so Peter's now again in a strong position. Radu's stripped on the midpoint. He's having to make points behind the anchor.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but
Peter missed cubes in this position last time. He's going to miss them again this time.
Yep. 6-5's ugly. Do you just bring one around?
I mean, I think if you're going to come out, I would actually consider coming out with both there.
The double falcon?
Yeah. It might be Falcone timing. He chooses to play 13-2.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever going to come off the anchor with 11 in zone.
Yeah.
One of the TDs is checking we're all having a great time in here, which I think we are.
We are. Great time.
5-1. He thought for a second about winning in low.
So things have got a lot better for Radu.
But yeah. 4-3.
Make 2 point step up.
So now they've both got a bit of structure. They've both got high anchors, and they've both still got their midpoint.
I'm bringing 2 down here. I'm willing to give up the midpoint. We get all these numbers to make the 5 point, which we need. And having made the 20 point, you know, we've still got some good outfield coverage.
And you didn't want to run from the 20 because Peter was looking a little blitzy.
So this is awkward.
Do you just make the 3?
Well, Peter's definitely looking at it.
Or you slot the... No, you don't want to go to the 20, surely.
It's definitely a contender.
I think I would have made the 3.
Well, I think if you were slotting the 3, you'd probably play 13, 12. Because a lot of the... Well, so I guess it's only 6-1 that would be due, but...
Yeah. So Peter's position is going from bad to worse.
That blocks runners for Radu.
I think Radu, you know, if you made a 5 point, maybe he could be cubing here, but no, he needs to get that checker safe before he can cube, which he doesn't, but he does make the 5 point.
He won't roll again.
And he's done.
He'll take.
Okay, what's
that
this?
is 4-2, I think. Is it?
So is he re-rolling? What's happening?
No, I think that
4-1.
stream is out of, it's out of sync.
Okay, I mean...
Just a little plug on the stream as well, guys. We've got 57 watching and 24 likes. When you like and subscribe, the algorithms do really great stuff.
Interesting.
Please like if you like what we're doing here.
Okay, so no hit. I think we're cubing. I can't see. The dice keep getting caught under this. This is a slight issue with the stream, so I assume that was 5-4 or something like that. Didn't 6-4. Okay, you have to cube this, don't you? Can we have a race update, Mr. Hodges?
Wow, I mean, seems like it's just quite clearly
that you're ahead in the race.
Massive lead, and I think Peter's just going to pass, but...
Yeah, I mean, his position is ugly.
Yeah, so in these kind of holding games, when you have such an impure...
It's 137 for blue.
Yeah, Peter passes quickly.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes when there's checkers floating about in the outfield that you might catch, you can just about squeak a take, but you need to have a strong front position with all your points in order. So that when you hit that shot, you've actually maybe turned the game around. But there, if he hits a shot, Radu just comes in.
He had that, I call it the Swiss cheese board.
Yeah.
That 3-point board, all the gaps.
Gaps everywhere, not ideal. Okay, 3-1.
So we get down and split, yeah.
8 away, 6 away.
Double,
1. So oh, okay. 2-1, I guess.
Maybe this move is right, but I always like to split that point that I hit. So I also want to make the 4 point. 5-2 hits and brings one down. Could have pointed on the 1 point. Didn't. Okay, no, you have to turn the cube.
Yeah.
Come on,
Pen in the zone already. He's got plenty of spares.
You're behind in the match. You have to send it.
Yeah. So 1-3-6 is make the 5.
I mean, you do only have a 2 point board, but it's such a.
No, I liked it. I liked it for sure. Nice early aggressive cube.
I guess your normal blitz references involve having a 3 point board with 8 in the zone and a 2 point board with 10 in the zone.
Yeah.
So probably even out and you're trailing. So
but for me, it's the score. It's the score which is leading me to the cube there.
And the old hit, dance, double mantra.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm maybe a bit too religious with that you know, as soon as my opponent dances, I'm like wanting to cube. But...
Oh, I mean, you don't have to, but that's drilled into me now that you have to at least think about it.
Yeah.
Particularly if they dance, like I feel almost like psychologically when they dance on a 2-point board, as Radu's just done, and you've got 10 in the zone and you've got builders, you know. It's a real psychological, just throw it at them, get them to make the decision. You know?
So this 4-1 is very interesting. I actually, the more I think about it, I kind of like bringing one down and maybe splitting. What do you think, Reece? I mean, obviously the 5-point is very strong, but then we can get another checker sent back. I mean, Peter's position is a bit weird, isn't it? He's got a dilly builder on the 3-point, and I suppose splitting activates that as a useful checker, whereas right now it's, you know, only 6-1 is making that checker useful.
And in general, you're facing 11 men in the zone. You're not super excited to split into that. So I think this makes sense. Just improve your front position. If you get hit, you have an anchor. So.
Yeah.
And bringing one down would have stripped the midpoint as well, though Peter's midpoint is also stripped.
So Peter's having to think about a cube here. I think it's quite an easy take if he does cube.
Yeah, so it's got 3s to make an advanced anchor, 5s to hit, then he's got quite a lot of rolls that make the bar.
He's very stripped. You know, Radu scoops
it up, barely hit the table. Yep. 6-4.
Around, isn't it? I mean, you can make the bar.
You can make the bar, but that leaves an insane amount of shots.
And you haven't made the 5 points, so yeah, this must make sense.
I think if you'd had an extra on the midpoint, I would have thought about making the bar there.
Right, he's going to make the 3. He's just consolidating his front position. 5-2 for Peter. It's probably 2 down. No. Personally, I don't like inviting shots here, which give Radu a chance to get back in the game. And I know you don't really want to desert the mid when you've got a check on the ace point, but I'm personally in the no shot camp here. I mean, the no shot option here is to play to the 4-point. That's just really ugly.
Yeah, that's gross.
Like,
particularly when there's none on the 6 either, no spares on the 6. It doesn't look right.
You bring 2 down, you've got, you know, number of rolls which make the 3-point or the bar, sorry, 5-point,
yeah.
bar point. I mean, I don't like this.
Ooh.
I mean, you do duplicate 6-2, and it's quite bad to lose the midpoint in this kind of situation, because it will just let Radu just cover everything in the outfield. But
yeah, so you can tell he didn't want to do it because he left it till last to look at it.
He wants to play the 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame him for thinking about this because
mine to the 6 and the 9. I don't like clearing the 8, which is what you very briefly just looked at.
I mean, I think this is not great, but I think the alternative of getting hit in the outfield is worse for me, which is why I'm in favour of that play.
Making the best of a bad bunch.
Yeah. You know,
okay, 3-5-6-2 is what Peter's hoping to come out the cup. It does not, and that's really not good.
Okay, this is a bad roll.
God, and then play to the 4.
Yeah, I think it's ugly, but you've got to do it.
Ick.
Okay, this is going to make 4
makes a, oh, yeah.
So Peter has lots of shots here. If he doesn't hit one of them, it's not looking good. Oh, it's the wrong 7.
So 5-2, you just make the 9
you've got to
and
make
go
the
to
9,
6.
Exactly. Exactly. So this is now, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's not quite a 50-50 game, but definitely it's got, well,
That's
I think we have
handy.
a new favourite.
Ooh, talk about with turnaround rolls.
Yeah,
That's,
I mean,
that
from
was tasty.
Radu's position, you are just very happy here. You're holding the cube, you know.
And what are you doing here? Yeah.
That was interesting that he made the bar rather
You can make the bar or the 2, and he pretty much immediately paused briefly, but he pretty much immediately made the bar.
I guess it was right because You're so stuck. You need to make a pure prime.
But there was lots of shots. 4-3,
Yeah.
4-4, 4-6, 1-6.
I just think the efficiency of making the 2 point, I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, that was a tough one.
3-1.
Okay, looking great.
Yeah. I would have thought about stepping up with the 1 and making the 8. That could have been horrendously wrong, but
Radu plays this quickly, and I suppose leaving 6-1 is a huge anti-joker. Is a bad idea. Yeah, this is interesting.
he's
This
keeping it back a bit
against
more.
6-1.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Radu's eyeballing his opponent. I guess the only thing against that play is that how is Radu going to play his sixes now?
Yeah. Radu is giving off the vibes of, let's see what you can do, my friend.
What you got?
Yeah, what you
What's going on?
Or
The
as
cube is already on the...
Kent Goulding was saying in
Peter,
his seminars this morning, want to wrestle? Want to wrestle?
Am I missing something?
I think Peter's trying to turn the cube up to 4 here. You know, or is he just counting the race?
Maybe he's counting.
Because I don't actually remember the position that got doubled. Is the cube meant to be on that side?
Yeah. Yes, I think it did. We did have the cube.
It was early.
Yeah.
I feel like it was pretty early. Yeah, because this is the one where Radu basically scooped it off before it even hit the table.
Yeah.
That was still this game. It was just a while ago. So
okay, so
we
do we
forgot
stop
about it.
here?
Yes.
I think, yeah. Because basically ones are pretty good for Peter on the other side. And actually, it's not necessarily terrible.
Double 6 is
It's just the
amazing for
best
Peter.
roll. That's the best roll.
Normally, you really hate it when that happens.
Oh!
But in this instance, that was wonderful.
Lovely, Radu. Oh,
Wow.
and this is such a beautiful play, Radu.
Yep.
You know, people will sometimes make the 23 point here instinctively, but you know,
But that would have left Joker's
like,
for
what do you play
Peter.
here, Peter? What do you play here? I mean, I suppose you've got to do this, don't you?
It's probably still the thing to play, and Radu goes in with the 4 cube.
Love this.
Wait, that was
right. So that was what?
I thought that
Sorry, I'm getting mixed up. What's going on?
I didn't know why you're thinking.
Yeah, I was
They're
thinking.
having a little chat, and Radu's like,
So I
yes,
feel like Peter forgot that he had turned the cube early, so I think that's why he had paused to count, and everyone's like, "What's he doing?" Because he forgot
like, yes,
that he had
is-
cubed really early. Yeah, and Radu
It really is.
So that was conversation that just happened.
Pete's
Radu
like, "Did I
doubled
cube?
him, and Peter's like, "I think that was from last game," and Radu's like, "No, that was this game. That was just a while ago."
So
that's funny.
I would have taken a lot more time.
Yeah.
Because it's a recube to 4.
It's.
I mean, this was
it's just a
kind of showboating.
Yeah.
To send it so aggressively.
So, I mean, what are you thinking, guys?
Just saying, these are the
It's a
toughest.
big take, right? Well, maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, is anyone looking at
this is a
positions
classic
in
prime
the
against
chat?
prime.
We'd like to
And,
see
you
that.
know, from a score perspective, when 8 away, you've got to be thinking about, you know, taking a 4 cube, right? Because 8 cube to 8 is very strong.
And Radu was on the bar, so obviously what he was hoping was just to keep dancing until Peter had to break his position.
Radu's entrance.
But what if he entered and then he has to break his own position?
And he had 2 guys back versus 1, so.
That was really interesting. If anyone is interested in
Yeah.
looking that up, we'd love to see that.
I think Radu might have.
Bluffed.
Yeah.
I mean, Radu, as we said, he just came out of a really long, tough match and rolled straight into this one with about 5 minutes
But
break.
it's also, you know, also maybe the you know, we said that Radu didn't think about it, but the aggression with which he sent it maybe had an effect on Peter. You know, maybe got into his head a little bit.
Mochi's in the chat.
Oh.
And thinks it was a no double. Wow.
Yeah, I certainly would have taken a lot more time. But,
Well,
but
Peter
I think
takes
the
beautiful
speed,
bluff double.
the speed
Yeah.
at which
In
he
that case,
used-
amazing. You know, it's great when it's a no double and you double and they pass. Wonderful. And then you say thank you very much. Peter's take point is like 18%, and he surely had that.
Well, good to have Mochi in the chat. Backgammon royalty here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Be interesting to know where in the world you are, Mochi, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we had a double six, and Peter is down 804 away, so surely has to cube and surely a take.
Yep. Ready scoops.
What's that?
That's
6-1.
Mm-hmm.
Here I think I can make the bar.
Yeah,
Kinda
you're
like-
not going to play to the
You don't
13.
want to. Yeah, it's just too impure.
5-4 brings
5-4.
both in.
Happy not to
Is it
roll
only 8 in the zone, so it's not
double hitters here, but doesn't get it.
6-3.
Interesting decision, right? I mean, you can double hit.
You can double hit.
It's legal.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He's got a big race lead, and anything else kind of leaves a lot of shots anyway.
And as we just saw with that roll, if he hits, he's probably not making one of those 2 high points, which is what he really wanted to do.
Yeah. Peter's desperate for a nice double here from the bar. Doesn't get it. I think he's got to move up here, right?
Yeah.
Got the race lead. He needs to unstack that heavy midpoint. Radu, is he going to make that point?
Yeah.
Then where's
Looks like it hits with the 4. That looks solid to me.
So Peter's aggressive early cube, which is coming,
Ouch.
right back in your face here.
5-4 makes that point now. That's great play now.
Oh, I mean, the gammon is...
That's just upsetting, isn't it?
We could be seeing...
4-2 just hops out.
The end of the match here.
Mm-hmm.
Another dance and...
oh wow, so yeah, we've got 2 comments coming in quick succession. Major said with the 200 blunder to double and a 600 blunder to drop it.
Ouchie, ouchie, ouch.
Yeah. So
I guess from
and Peter had 29% winning chances. So that was all based on if Radu did enter.
Yeah.
Radu doubled based on kind of if he enters.
Yeah.
Or if he dances and then Peter has to break, but obviously if Radu did enter, he was going to break his own position immediately.
Yeah.
Because they both had a 6 prime.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
So Mochi is saying in the chat that was a great read by Radu, and I think it's an interesting one because I don't know if it was a read. I think he was just being super aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, look, they've played each other a bunch of times. They're both great UK players, so maybe Radu just had an instinct that Peter was going to drop it. Because you get that sometimes,
I think he was, it was part of the bluff, I think it was just very aggressive. We've seen 6-2 there. I mean, what's the race situation there, Reese?
Wow, I mean, what else was he going to do?
Yeah.
He's not going to hit, right?
Yeah.
Is that just so you can avoid counting?
Yes. And, Radu is holding a 2 cube. He's just really happy to be in the situation. He doesn't want to get into any kind of hitting contest.
Double 2.
And it's like a 14% take point on the rekeep, I think, something like that. So it's going to take a big set, I think, from Radu to get anywhere close to that.
No dice on checkers. They're re-rolling. 4-2. Just makes the prime. Or 5 prime. Double 2. Too dangerous to hit.
I played that very quickly.
Would you be hitting?
No, I'm not thinking about hitting, but I was, yeah.
What else are you doing? You can't move those other back checkers.
Yeah.
Everything else was just ugly.
Okay.
That's a nice roll. Makes the
could
5.
Realistically be it.
Some
doesn't come in.
Peter paying the price for that huge take that he had in the previous game.
Yeah, 6-3, just making the board. Yep.
David made a really good point as well in the chat that when Radu rekeep that, if he did roll an ace, maybe it was just going to be an 8 cube.
Yeah, like if you're on 1-6, it was just going to come straight back at him. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is interesting. So 3-2 is obviously the roll that Peter's looking for. Doesn't get it.
3-2.
I think you're going to come and bring the checker around.
So he's trying to figure out how to play it safely. You can't.
Oh,
you can, but you. Oh, okay, no.
I mean, not a
maybe I don't love it, but
there's a lot of checkers in the outfield, so he's probably well.
He knew he was going to roll double 5.
So, what I was going to say is he might not necessarily have needed the 3 point to get a gammon anyway. So
6-1 is not what he wanted.
Now have some shot leaders. Actually, 6-2 is a good shot.
Now 2 in 36 chance of leaving in a shot next roll.
The gammons are going up. 1 up. Yeah.
Yep, and move up. Yep.
3. Peter comes in. He must enter a checker with the 2.
Yep. So now he's racing.
Desperate to roll big to get off the gammon.
So he needs 12 crossovers to beat the gammon.
He's going to have to do very well.
Yeah.
To get off the gammon.
Seems very close.
So Radu's often.
But Radu's obviously he's not going to miss really. So Peter needs a double to feel comfortable. I mean that's he's still only got 2 off, so double 3. So that just brings 3 in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that makes double 4s.
So he should get
double 6, double 5, double 4.
Yeah, this is
once a 4. That's it.
5-2.
So how many rolls gets Peter off it, or will he even get a chance?
I'm confident that I won't work it out before he rolls.
Excuse me. What are you even here for? You can't tell us this stuff.
Wow, he gets it.
There he goes.
So the backgammon goes on.
So Radu is basically just not doubling here.
Radu might as well keep the cube on his side at this point.
Yeah.
It's going to be over there.
Let's put it there. It's going to end up there within a few rolls anyway. Yeah. And what is the match equity at this score line? It's
about 86% for Radu.
Okay.
Use Neil's numbers. Might be getting that.
6-1, good start. Oh, they're laughing and smiling over the board. It's good to see. Both absolute gentlemen, so you're not going to see any aggro between these two. What are you doing with the 6-1?
I think he probably wanted to make the bar.
I'm glad that you said that because that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, like, especially when look at his 6s now. Anyway, it's and the score. You're not really that worried about getting hit.
Double 1 is great, and just puts 1 on the 5. Yep. 87.54% match equity. Okay. What did you say? 84 or something?
86.
86.
Yeah, I just
1.5% off. The drawing board. Double 3. He's not moved any, right?
He's gone to the 21, and then he's just got these 2, and this looks right.
Oh yeah, okay.
Could have slotted the 5 and placed it to 3, but that was really awkward. So.
5, 4.
So already this is like going to be close to a cube. And this probably just makes the 5.
He'd love to block 6s, but then there's no 1
Yeah,
that you really want to play.
so that looks fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
Uh,
yeah, I was just thinking that if he does roll a 6, it's kind of like, you know, almost activating the cube, right? Like,
yes, Ready doesn't really want to hit, but
yeah. But what else?
But 6, I guess the other play is from the 8, which is diminishing your prime. You're burying a checker on the 2.
I'd be surprised if Radu makes this move without thinking for at least a minute or 2.
Yeah.
Because it's such a big decision.
Okay, so this is interesting. He's come out with a 6 and he's looking at shifting 3 to 2 because even if Peter comes in on the 2, there's no daylight there.
Yeah. He's looking for duplication as well. Okay, yeah. I think this is what I would end up doing because it's...
You understand it. He doesn't want a complicated game.
Well, and like, you know, I feel like I can take this, right? But I wouldn't be excited to take after hitting, so... Makes the bar.
6-1 makes the bar because now is exploiting the fact that Radu's got 2 blots in his board. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he wasn't going to hit when he played the 3 first, but this I think is what I would play. You don't like it?
Wow, I mean it's big, right?
It is big, but how many more chances are you going to get? He's kind of buying himself time to get out from the back, I guess. 1, 2, 3, and 1 down. Yeah. Six, 4 comes out with 1.
Okay, so in the chat, Mochi is trying to win the game and I'm trying not to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's definitely what they say, right? Always try to win.
Yeah.
Don't try not to lose. Okay. 6-4 is an awesome roll. So he's escaped both of those back checkers now.
Yeah, so he is looking to hop out into the outfield.
So come out with the 4, and yeah, that's perfect.
Like exactly what he wanted,
saved with the 3, come out with the 4. Beautiful. So 9's hit. That is not a 9, but that makes a 5-point board, so that's great. 4, 2. Yep, looks good. 6-3 is a hitter. Radu's facial expression makes the move, hits the clock, eyeballs Pete directly in the eyes. Love it. Double 1. He's going to put that on a 6. Yep. Six, 5 doesn't come in. It's not looking crash hot for Peter right now. And Radu now just has to try and avoid shot levers, playing it super safe. He doesn't need a gammon. He doesn't need anything fancy. He just needs to win the game. He's already got a 2. He's already holding the cube, so 2 points wins in the match.
Ooh.
Double 3 is horrendous. So he's just going to clear the 6.
Guess that was like the worst roll.
Double 6. Okay, so he's just going to keep going with that one, I guess, and make the ace.
Yeah, or slot it. Sometimes, you try and keep both points, but he wants to stay for the kind of double shots,
For
like
the
6-3, 5-3. Would leave 2.
6-3, 5-3, 6-1, 5-1, 4-1.
Okay, he gets a shot.
3-1, yeah. He rolled it before I got there. 3-1. That duplicates 3s to hit and to make the board. That's pretty much play anyway. You just clear from the back. 4-2 doesn't do anything, but he's going to stay back for the high. Any combination of 6-5-4-3 that's not a double is going to leave another shot.
You roll double 6, 1, 2.
Just tell me when you're ready. I think you just tell me when you're ready. 2 minutes, only? 5 minutes. Yeah, take the time.
What's he thinking about? Yeah.
Just take the time you need.
Okay.
6-1 is great shake. There's still 8 rolls that leave block next time, so he's going to stay, particularly when he can make the board. Doesn't matter. Peter doesn't care about being gammoned. Doesn't matter whether he, just losing the game or lose the match.
That's probably it.
That's probably it. He's going to need to string a few big doubles together to make this any sort of contest now. That is not a big double.
Yeah.
Not that it makes much difference.
And Radu and Peter are both smiling, so I think they know what's about to transpire.
Is on the wall.
The writing is indeed on the wall in neon paint, I think.
Probably 100% now.
Yeah, Peter's just not rolling well at all. So he's continuing to roll, but this is Jen at this point. 6-5 brings to N. I don't know, maybe it's not Jen. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. I think that's, and he's resigning.
Wasn't much of a match.
All both in very good spirits. So
yeah, great match. Well played, Radu.
Yeah. I mean, Peter just couldn't get any traction. He just didn't get a look in there, really. Obviously,
Well,
there was a string of missed cubes in the first game, we felt.
His big chance was that cube that he passed, the 600 blunder. So, yeah, bad luck to Peter, but Radu goes on into the last 4.
Thank you very much.
David says, was Pete given a buy automatically or was there a draw? So it's all done by an automated.
I was given, I was the only undefeated player on 6 wins. So, yeah, I didn't have to play any more matches this afternoon, David.
Oh, but that Pete got a buy as well, Peter Bennett.
He got a buy.
Had a buy.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So there was some, it was just kind of the way that the draw goes. Some players got buys. And it doesn't look like any of the other, I mean, that was really quite quick, that match. So none of the other matches have finished yet in the round of 8, but that's it for the main today. So then the finals the round will continue and conclude tomorrow. I think there's another 3 rounds tomorrow.
Yep.
So we're wrapping it up for now, but at 7:30 they are showing the Super Jackpot final, I believe. Yes, they've just put that on the screen. I was Steve Atkinson and Lawrence Powell are in the Super Jackpot final. They were at the bar about an hour and a half ago, sharing a drink together.
Be getting fruity
and having a good old chat. There were jokes about whether they were going to try and spike each other's drinks. So it looks like it's all in great spirits, and both lovely guys as well. So that will be an exciting match. And
check in later.
Yep, stick around. We'll see you then.
All right, and thank you everyone for listening. We'll see you in a bit. Bye bye.